Right, John. Hello, good evening, members, officers, and members of the public. And members, can you please put your mobile phones on silent or switch them off and do not use them during the meeting, please. Okay, and this meeting is going to be webcast, so it doesn't look good when you look at it. You're not paying attention to the cases anyway. Okay, the other thing is we have 5 items on the agenda. So can I request all the members to be to the point and no repetition, please? Okay, right. First item is apologies for the absence.
I've got Councillor Todd.
Okay, any more apologies? No, thank you. Declaration of interest. I'll declare myself. I had emails on item 3, 4, and 5.
So did I. Councillor Hinamir.
Okay, Mandy.
Councillor Asim, same.
Yeah, same. I also did site visits for number 3 and number 5, at which I did speak to some objectors.
I have also done site visits to number 3 and number 5, and I've spoken to objectors.
The same goes for me. Numbers 3 and 5, spoken to objectors.
I visited number 3 and 5. I didn't speak to anybody. They're at church, and I've been to. I've had meetings with Brentford Football Club and their and the applicants and their agents for number 100 Jersey Road, which is in my ward, and I've had meetings with Legal and General and their agents for item number 7 West Cross Way and Windsor Close, accompanied by dare I say, accompanied by planning officers in that second one, but not in the first one. But that's also my ward.
Yeah, emails on 3, 4, and 5, and done unaccompanied site visits to 3 and 5.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, same thing. Done an unaccompanied site visit. I didn't speak to anyone, and I've had email representations for most of the items on the agenda this evening.
Thank you very much. And can I request all the members to come through the chair, please, when you ask the questions or debate? Right. Thank you. And we have no minutes this time, but they'll be available for the next meeting. Okay, I'm going to take a slight change in the agenda. I'm going to take item 4 first, which is land south of Brentford High Street, Brentford. Matthew, is ready for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, all councillors. I shall begin this by going through the site, the relevant planning history, the proposal, consultation responses, and the recommendation before handing back to the Chair. The application being considered for this proposal is for the part discharge of condition 39, details and samples of external materials to be applied to blocks B, C, and K pursuant to the discharge land south of Brentford High Street, planning permission 00607, BA P2, dated the 2nd of April 2015. The application has been called in for determination by Councillor Dunn and is located in Sion and Brentford Ward since the boundary changes incorporated this year. Blocks B, C, and K are located in the west of the site, which incorporates 4.79 hectares and is located within the Brentford town centre. between the High Street and the River Brent and Grand Union Canal. To the south, it is bound to the west by Augustus Close and by the Heidelberg Building to the east. The site excludes Johnson's Island and the existing MSO boatyard, which is accessed from Dock Road. The brewery, tap house, public house numbers 79 High Street, number 80 High Street, the Magpie and Crown public house, and 98 to 99 High Street are located within the wider site but outside the planning application. Block B consists of Grade 2 listed 129 to 130 High Street, locally listed buildings 124, 128, 131 and 132 to 133 High Street, and the townhouse fronting the High Street. From beyond this rises a 2 to 7 story building massing with 2 towers on either side linked via a central podium. And this reaches down to the canal on the south of the site. Block C has 1 to 7 story massing with 2 non-linear 5 to 7 story structures on either side with a central podium level in between. Both towers veer away from the massing at both ends with a step design rising from the High Street. Block K has 2 towers, one 7-story to the west and the other 10 stories to the east, connected via an external access with stairwell and lift. These are located adjacent to the southern elevations of both blocks B and C. The towers are sort of positioned in an unlinear fashion. The site is within the Brentford town centre, as stated, and has various mixed use in the local plan. It is also a key existing office location and flood risk zone 3. The Grand Union Canal Boston Manor Conservation Area lies to the south and to the east of the site. Further to the south, seen out from the picture, to the south, is Scion Park, a Grade 1 listed house and park. The surrounding properties on the northern side of the High Street are the adjacent shops and the former Magistrates' Court. The condition applied to the approved scheme, and which will be determined and assessed at this planning committee, is condition 39. As worded, it states, prior to the development commencing on any phase, details of external materials, including all material samples to be used within that phase, shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, and the development shall be implemented in accordance with the details approved. The reason given was in order to secure satisfactory development in accordance with the unitary development plan. However, this has, of course, since been superseded. The policies that now cover this is CC1 and CC2 in the local plan. Since the approval, though, a non-material amendment was applied for by the applicant. This was 00607 BAP2 NMA 5. And this was for various changes to be made on plots B, C, and K, as approved to the ground floor layouts, including vehicle movements, basement layout and size, minor unit mix change, minor increase in gross external area, increase in building height, and applicable, of course, to this application, revisions to the elevational treatment. This was approved on the 4th of February 2021. To your left on the image is the original consented scheme, and to your right is the blocks K on the left, B centrally, and C on the right, the amendments made. This was to assess if this needed planning permission. It was considered by the council, it did not, and it was as approved as was. This application was submitted on the 14th of September 2021. 4 blocks B, C, and K. Details were considered initially to be low resolution and lacking details. Thus, on early February, we conducted a site visit, which was agreed with the applicant. We viewed the submitted information in its built form. This included the mortar as well as the bricks. And again, here's the changes in NMA 5. So on the left is the approved scheme. What you can see is part of Block B to your right in the top left image, and then Block C on the left. And then the top right-hand corner is the front and high street, Block C, with a white podium and then black towers either side of that. At the bottom images is again the reverse, but this time from the canal point of view. This is the consented scheme now as it is, proceeding from NMA 5 with an aerial CGI with Scion Park in the background. The white blocks are the other plots that are yet to be fully implemented, with exception to Block D, which is to the left of Block C, sorry. And just for clarification, so Block C is here, Block K towers, and then Block C. Here's an overview from the canal. And this is looking down at the structurally complete structures from Brentford High Street. This is beginning from the west of the High Street, outside of Block A. These are the listed buildings, locally and statutory. Behind that is Block B, and in the background, is Block C. To your right, centre as such, but to your right is Block B. To your left is part of Block C. This is a view between Block B, to your right, to your left, Block C, of Block K. And then we've got Block B fronting the High Street. And then again, it's sort of moving towards Block D, which is to your left. In the background now is Block C. On the corner is Block D, which is not relevant to this application. And here is just outside of Block D, to the rear of that site, is the rear of Block B, C, and then K in the background. And then the very near Morrison's, I've taken a picture from outside Block D, but you can still see how quite prominent the Block C is from the High Street. The proposed materials for Block B will include Morvan brick, a dark grey brick. A dark grey brick, which is seen in the bottom left of your screen there. We have Farmer Blend, a light grey to grey brick, which is in the middle of that on the left column there. And then on the top left, we have Sexton Fiesta brick, a light grey brick with sort of sandy yellow mortar. And then with the balustrades as well, there will be a sort of steel balustrades and balconies. These will be painted in a kind of dark grey on the steel of that. Here is the townhouse. The materials that you can see listed below, is the VDS Morvan. This is a dark grey brick. This is on the base of the building. And we have inside the window fills a sort of nod to, if you will, to the window tacks. We have the Perenio bricks and mortar, which are both white. The main elevations of the block behind the locally listed and statutory listed buildings and townhouse will be mainly the dark grey brick on the base that you can see here, number 1. Above that, number 2 will be the Falmer brick, which is more softened and lighter. And then we have the balustrades and the planting above. And the same throughout pretty much all elevations of both towers and building. These are the details submitted for Block C. Facing brickwork on the main building would be the Morvan dark brick again. However, this will predominantly be on the main elevations. Inside these will be the Dallas brick. This is a darker, slightly shinier brick, which will have glass as well adjacent to it. It shall act as a window infill. Facing brickwork as well on the podium will be the Sexton Fiesta, which is the lighter colour, the sort of more light white colour of the podium in between the two towers. The windows, doors, Juliet balconies and balconies would be steel painted in a pale umber colour, which is effectively a light grey-brown in appearance. And this illustration shows the detail of the material submitted. As you can see here, we have the Dallas brick, which is in between the windows and the main elevations. We have here as well, around those, structuring those, is the Morvan darker brick. And this image is facing the high street. Block K shall have, the main elevation will have utilised precast concrete panels in light grey. The core connecting the two towers will have the core between the two towers will have a, black-brown finish. So I was looking for those words. And in between the towers precast concrete, it shall have steel that's painted in a red colour. This will go for the balustrades, the doors, the balconies as well, and then glass, of course, finish. The recommendation for the application is for approval, as it is considered that the external finishes proposed to blocks B, C, and K would be consistent with the original design, as worded in the condition. Materials are considered to be robust and high-quality palette, and a variety of materials proposed on each block would help to add visual interest and a rich and diverse appearance to the street scene. The materials Falmer Blend, Sexton Fiesta, and Perennia bricks proposed for blocks B and C would respond well to the surrounding buildings, notably the parade of shops to the north and the Magistrates' Court. They would be in keeping with the character and appearance of the surrounding area. The introduction of VDS Morvan brick and Dallas brick, the dark grey, very dark grey, are, along with other materials proposed, welcome owing to their high quality, finish and durability, which would help create a visual interest on Brentford High Street. The same is considered for Block K's proposed precast concrete panels, red oxide cladding. All materials would complement the existing town centre and waterside setting. Therefore, the proposed materials submitted for this application would preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the surrounding area in accordance with local plans policy CC1, CC2 and SC4 and the London Plan policy D4. As such, the proposed materials are considered to have satisfied the requirements of condition 39 as worded. To the chair. Sorry.
Okay. Chair.
Thank you for a very detailed presentation. That's actually my fault. I asked the officer to give us a detailed presentation before we start, so members know what we're talking about. So I'll carry on with the objector and then the applicant, and then we can ask questions later on. So is Mr. Jim Storer, the objector, is here, please? Yep. Yeah. You'll have 5 minutes when you start, yes? And we'll warn you when 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much. Start now? Yeah. Okay, good evening. Thank you, Chair and members, and thanks in particular to Councillor Dunn for calling in this planning application. We're very grateful. So I'm Jim Storer, and I'm speaking on behalf of Brentford Voice, which is a local community group in Brentford. I'll also speak briefly on behalf of Tony Firkins of the Green Party, who's also a member of Brentford Voice. Straight off, what we would request that the committee this evening refuse this planning application. We'll come on to the reasons. There may be an alternative. I don't know. I'll mention it at the beginning. If it were practicable, because our problem is entirely with the materials for Block C. We're perfectly happy with Blocks B and K. whether it would be acceptable to approve B and K and seek to hold further discussions and negotiations and changes to the materials on Block C. I don't know. Now, paragraph 5.1 of the officer's report gives a very good account of our comments on this application. It's absolutely full. I will not repeat those. The only thing we would add is that there's a growing body of evidence, a large body of evidence about the impact of dark surfaces and facades on urban warming. You know, it's why the old thing, you know, the amount of sunlight that's reflected off a light surface back to the atmosphere is much greater than it is from a dark one. Hence those lovely white houses, whitewashed houses in the Mediterranean and so on. So it's just an additional point. Whilst we acknowledge that design is an extremely subjective issue, we just can't accept the contents of paragraph 1.2 and 7.11 to 7.14 of the officer report. You know, in relation to block C, I'm sorry, and we've laid out the reasons for that. I think it's quite unusual, this one, because we're dealing here with two separate but inextricably related issues. First of all, there's the color palette that has been chosen, but secondly, it's the materials. So the color palette, should the colors be pink, purple, green, white, gray, or whatever, and the materials, which is what we're talking about tonight, I think, isn't it? What materials should be used to deliver the palette? Should that be brick, timber, metal, plastic, tissue paper, whatever? Now, it seems that the color palette for each block was set out in the original detailed planning permission from 2015. But then this was amended, as the officer mentioned, with a non-material amendment. Unfortunately, and sorry, I should have forewarned you on this, but I only found out this afternoon that neither the decision notice for that NMA nor the delegated officer report are available on the public-facing site, so we don't know the discussion. Yeah, they're not there. Anyway, a few slides in aid of our case. This is a repeat. It's a CGI image showing blocks K, B, and C, and the planning officer has already been through that. Slide 2, please. Next one. This was alarming. This is taken by Tony Firkins of Block K, as seen from Scion Park. Grade 1 listed structure, the statue there, in a Grade 1 registered park and garden. Quite horrendous. And that's Block K in the back.
30 seconds left.
Thanks. But we're not talking about heritage issues tonight. The next one, that's just a close-up view of Block K from the Thames Path. Block B, next one. We have no argument with this. That's fine. That's not the north elevation, but we're perfectly happy. Next slide. Our big concern is Block C and the consented schemes above, below. And last slide. Things can change. Sorry, I really like, this is Block D, which is Hounslow's block. And at the top is the original scheme for the treatment of the facade. And yeah, okay. But I think on the basis of Councillor Dunn's intervention and the officers, that was withdrawn. And the current scheme is the one shown below. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. And just stay there, please, in case member wants to ask the questions.
Yeah.
Any questions, members, from Mr. Storer? Yeah. Councillor Mead, sorry.
Chair, can I request him to just finish what he was saying, last bit, please? You want to finish off what he was?
No, he's finished now, I think.
All right, okay. Yeah, that's fine then. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just question, please. Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Luki?
Yeah, a couple of questions. I mean, I wanted to really hear the end of your presentation. Is there anything that you feel that is pertinent that you've missed that councillors might want to hear? That's one. The second one is the officer's report. Fair play. He mentions that this is a robust, high quality palette to enhance the street scene. I mean, how different, or how more robust is this, or how less robust was the previous iteration of the scene there, street scene there, Mr. Storer? How would this make the high street more what is proposed make the high street, in your opinion, more interesting or less interesting, as described by the case officer here?
Go on, Mr. Storer. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Our objection is to Block C, and the injection of a black mass, particularly on the north elevation. Yeah, the one, it's the image at the bottom there, and that's the north elevation facing onto Brentford High Street. Now, the applicants, the architects, would claim that the inspiration for that black color is drawn from Brentford's historic environment. Well,
Before the Clean Air Act.
Before the Clean Air Act, yes. Yeah, well, actually, I've got... Now, immediately opposite that black mass on the other side of the high street, we've got the Magistrate's House and the Marketplace, which is a locally listed building, which is built of almost a very pure white stone. Goodness knows what that is. Does it add interest? Not for me. I think it just, we want a place that's a joy to live in and to work in and to study in, and, you know, to have that thing stuck in our high street just seems nonsense. It's an architectural indulgence.
Sorry, what's here? That lower white building, is that the shops there? The existing shops?
No, the two black, there's three elements to it. There's the western element, the eastern element, which is retail mainly on the ground floor and residential above. But the white part in the middle, there's a podium garden on top of that. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, yeah.
Any more questions?
The officers claim that this fits into the context of Brentford High Street quite sympathetically. How many 7-storey dark black or dark grey blocks do you know of in the near vicinity of Brentford High Street?
None at all.
Yeah, I couldn't think of any and couldn't find any. I just wonder if I've missed that.
No, I think, sorry, very interestingly, there's one of the slides that the officer showed. There was of the old Brentford dock site when the rail terminal was there, which sort of implied that the historical reference was derived from Brentford Docks, which closed down which is a huge industrial rail terminal. To draw a reference for a high street building like this from that is just completely inappropriate.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Perezzotto, please.
Hi, Jim. I think you mentioned something about the color of the bricks potentially having an effect on the local temperature.
Yeah.
Could you provide some more information, evidence on that?
Oh, well, I'm sure others can do it. I'd have to try to do it. There's a massive research on this, and every surface has a thing what the scientists call albedo, an albedo rating, not libido. Sorry, it's albedo, which is on a scale from 0 to 1, and it's a measure of the real reflectivity of the surface, tarmac, concrete, and so on. But the color of the surface is an extremely important thing. So, for example, tarmac has an albedo of about 0.2. So in other words, it only reflects about 20% of sunlight back into the atmosphere. A bright white painted building could have an albedo of 0.8, 0.9, 80, 90%. And it's, it's a very well documented thing. And it's also why you get awful sunburn if you're skiing in the snow, I believe. Yes. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Williams? You're okay? Councillor Johnston?
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Just want to check my notes. You did actually say that this is pretty much a subjective question, correct? Well, you did say that. Yeah, and clearly it's your subjective opinion, and obviously the architects and the planners have a slightly different subjective opinion. My understanding, and I'm new to planning, so I'm stunned to be shot down here. My understanding is that we can examine robustness and quality and strength of design and material. Color of material is not a planning issue. What we would say possibly is that we could mention it to the developers that there's a body of public opinion that's not with them, but we don't know what strength that opinion is, and they might want to consult with the public again and see whether there's somewhere they might want to change the color. But I stand to be corrected and speak planning officers to tell me whether I'm wrong or legal tell me I'm wrong, that the choice of color is not something that we're here to arbitrate.
Thank you, John. Matthew, you want to comment on that? Please? Yeah, I know.
So the colour of the buildings go hand in hand with the materials that are being proposed. So you are in a manner considering the colour of the materials, but as we've pointed towards within the NMA application, a building can change colour without the need for planning permission, which is why it kind of takes out of your control somewhat. They could build it in a white material and then paint it black without further intervention from ourselves, which makes that a particularly difficult issue to cover within the remit of this application. So what we're encouraging you to do is to look at the actual substance of the material itself, rather than the actual colour of the material.
Sorry, can I have on that basis then, sir, do you have an objection to the material itself? Do you, sir?
Absolutely not. I mean, it's largely brick, and as is the facing for Block B, which is also largely brick. So the quality of the material is irrelevant to our argument. Yeah.
Yep.
Chair, it is important that the committee is clear about what they are actually determining. So the planning application, when it was originally submitted, had a colour palette, and that was approved. The condition that was attached for details of materials is about approving materials within that colour palette. So it will be about whether the bricks are handmade or machine cut, whether they're sand-faced or smooth, those types of considerations. But the colour palette is already approved. The non-material amendment has amended that approved colour palette. So that amended colour palette is now approved. So the matters before you are the quality of those materials within that colour palette. It is not in your gift to refuse planning permission because of the colour palette, because that's already been approved.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Okay, Mr. Storer, thank you very much. Okay, do we have the applicant, Liu Camerton? Yep. You'll have 5 minutes when you start, yeah.
My name is Luke Emerton from DP9, and we act advising Ballymore on the redevelopment of this project, the Brentford project. I've personally been involved in the project for over 10 years and very pleased to be part of the ongoing commitment that Ballymore have to the regeneration of Brentford Town Centre, which will bring about significant benefits. And I know there is council-wide support for the project. I will keep this brief because I don't want to go over old ground and ground that's been covered by your officers. Suffice to say, we welcome the recommendation. Mr. Keeley has just actually taken many of the words out of my mouth to say, the principle of the change was established by the non-material amendment and agreed with a formal application in 2020. We are aware, that was a public application. We are aware that objectors had the ability to comment on that planning application. They did comment on elements of that planning application, but they did not comment at that time on the brick. That was their opportunity to do so, and it's not the opportunity now to revisit something that is established through the planning permission. All Ballymore are doing now is building out in compliance with their planning approval, and therefore the principle of the darker brickwork just should not be a subject of debate this evening. The question this evening is, are the requirements of condition 39 being met? And in doing so, do they meet the policy requirements? In both cases, the policy requires highest design quality through the use of high quality, durable materials, finishes that will add visual interest and richness to the street scene. We agree with your officers in this instance. Plot C sits very comfortably on both the high street and the waterfront with its neighbouring buildings, and the council should be supporting visual interest on the high street, given the desire to support the much needed and long awaited regeneration of one of their key town centres. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Questions for Mr. Hamilton? Yep, Councillor Lukey.
And just on that, I have heard from our officers saying that, and Councillor Stroud about his question on the materials. But why change this now? Why change the colours? Perhaps this is a question for officers. Why are the officers qualifying this this new colour with colours of previous buildings? So why change now? Why not stick with what you already had approved previously?
I suppose the change isn't now. The change was approved back in 2020 through the NMA permission that you see there, and the previous permission was dated 2015. I think given the passage of time, evolution of design, thinking about how Brentford Town Centre comes together, I think there was a concern that creating a kind of homogenous, similar colour palette of high street buildings wouldn't be a successful way of developing and creating the visual interest on Brentford High Street. You don't want every building being the same colour, looking the same, and making the mistakes that people have made in the past in high streets. We wanted to create something that has the basis of the character of Brentford, but has the visual interest to make people want to come to Brentford.
Thank you. Any more questions from members? No? Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you very much.
I think we already have a detailed presentation already. Questions for officers? Yep. Councillor Boring first.
Yeah, so I just really want to push you more on this question of materials versus colour. You're saying that we can't refuse it on the basis of colour, only on the basis of materials. Yet the materials are inexplicably a colour, even if that colour palette has been improved. So I really want to drill down and seek to understand, can we refuse it on the basis of materials because of the colour of the materials they are?
Go on.
So to answer your question, Councillor, no. As stated, as I ended my presentation, it's effectively as the condition is worded. Under the legislation, we are simply strict to how the condition is worded. I understand your argument, but quite simply, the precedent is set. It's about having to, if you will, even if you agree or disagree with the material, actually look at its quality. It's a bit like, say, you may not like the color of a car, but you know it's a Lamborghini, or you know it's a Ford. You know the quality of it. And in this case, I wouldn't quite make those comparisons to those famous cars, but it's that kind of consideration as such.
I suppose to me the question is then, why are we here? Why are we talking about this? If there's
Come on there. Yeah.
Yeah, a brick will have a number of qualities, and colour is just one of them. So its shape, yeah, whether it's machine made, machine cut, or handmade, and the texture, if you like, of the materials, whether it's a smooth brick or a sand-faced brick. So those are the aspects that we are looking at. Colour has already been established.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are you happy with that? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Parisotto, please.
Does this material, compared to the previous one, have any additional detrimental effect on local temperature and environment?
Sorry, a little bit about scope again, sorry. When members approved the scheme back in 2015, they gave a reason for the condition attached to it, and that was the appearance of it. So essentially tonight, we can't consider anything other than the appearance because that's the reason attached to it. Notwithstanding that, I mean, there's a lengthy guidance and policies about the design of buildings and how to construct a building to be carbon neutral, as close to carbon neutral as possible. I've not seen anything within the content of that information about whether the reflectiveness of the material, the colour of the material makes any difference on that. And we are, after all, a plan-led system, so there is nothing within the plans that suggests that's the case. There may well be a wealth of information there. Because it's not part of our plans, we can't consider it tonight. Not to say that we can't introduce it into the plan making system itself.
Okay, any more questions? Oh, I'll open for debate. Any contributions from members? Yeah, Councillor Lal.
Chair, yeah, I've listened to the debate so far, and having read the report earlier, I was hoping very much that perhaps the developer would have come to some kind of an understanding before it came to this stage. And I've heard very clearly from the officers that it appears that on planning grounds, we are pretty much stuck with what we've got. And as councillors, there's probably little that we could have done about this. So I was really hoping very much that the developer would have come to some kind of an understanding with the local community as a gesture of goodwill. But anyway, you're absolutely right from what point you were coming from, that yeah, from 2015 to 2022 with that NMAS, it's a done deal. So unfortunately, yeah, my personal feeling is that I'm going to have to, from my own point of view, I'm going to have to agree on officer's recommendation reluctantly.
Sorry, put microphone on, please.
Move for approval.
Yeah, Councillor Williams. Okay, proposed and it's been seconded. Can we have the votes for the proposal, please? Yeah. Sorry. You can't vote, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Against? And abstentions? It's been approved. Thank you very much. Councillor Joseph, you were a bit late. So it was already started, so you were not allowed to vote on that item. Now you can vote on the next one. Okay? Thank you. You want to declare any interest because you came late? No, any interest in the matter. Do you have any emails or anything? Declare that, please. Can you tell us? There is new councillors. I'm helping you.
You just need to declare any interest
you need to
have.
declare. Have you been to see any properties, or have you had an email from somebody? Yes. Put the microphone on, please. Put the microphone on, yeah? Okay. Now you go on.
I'll just...
You had the email, you said.
Yeah, but not about this one. Maybe...
No, whatever, just say that now, please. What item?
I'll check and confirm you.
Okay, don't worry, come back there. Sorry. Okay. Right. Item now we're taking. Yeah, switch the mic off, please. Mic off. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item 3 now. Oxford Court Garages, Wellesley Road, Chiswick. And I think the model is for that, is it? And the people have put a model there. If any member want to see there, or they will explain when they come to speak. Can we have a brief presentation, please, on that?
Brief when it starts.
Yeah.
So we just get up and
We go back to normal, just brief first, and yeah, thank you. Sorry for the delay. I think are you ready? Excellent. Thank you. Start.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, councillors and members of the public. This is an application at Oxford Garages at Oxford Court, Wellesley Road. The application is being presented at Planning Committee due to a significant amount of public opinion. There is also an addendum added to the end of the report. So this application seeks for the demolition of the 23 existing garages on the site and the erection of a Part 1, Part 3-storey building comprised of 9 flats and would be 100% affordable housing, social rented dwellings. Yeah, please, the next one, Matt. The subject site is bound by residential properties on all sides. To the south of the site is Oxford Court, which contains 36 dwellings across 2 3-storey buildings. To the north of the site are 3 3-storey semi-detached properties on Oxford Road North. The rear garden of 5 Oxford Road North runs along the northern site boundary. To the east and northeast of the site are multiple 3-storey flat buildings within Chaseley Drive. 1 to 9 Chaseley Drive is approximately 1.5 meters from the eastern site boundary, and 10 to 13 is positioned approximately 2.5 meters from the northeast corner of the site. Here are some site photos of the application site, beginning with the entrance from Oxford Road North. Here is a picture of the current site. You can see the garages to the rear with multiple cars parked in the foreground and the boundary of 5 Oxford Road North on the left-hand side. These properties are the Oxford Court properties directly to the south of the site. And here we can see the properties on Chaseley Drive in the background of the images. It is 1 to 9 that you can see in the center of the garages. And moving on to the next slide, a better view of 10 to 13. The proposed building would be positioned along the northern site boundary with a roughly L-shaped footprint, diverting the block away from the boundary with the Chaseley Drive properties as seen on the site plan. The single-storey element of the proposal would begin on the boundary of 5 Oxford Road North, 3 meters southeast of the existing single-storey rear extension at this property. The height of the single-storey projection on this boundary would be 4.35 meters and would then increase to 3 stories, measuring 10.5 meters in height and 11.5 meters from the rear of number 5. In regard to the properties at 1 to 9 and 10 to 12 Chaseley Drive, The ground and first floor of the proposal would be 7 meters from numbers 1 and 9 and 6 meters from 10 to 12. The third story or second floor of the proposal will be 8 meters from 1 to 9 and 7 meters from 10 to 12. The proposed dwellings would consist of 5 one-bedroom, two-person dwellings and 3 four-bedroom, two-person dwellings. 4 two-bedroom, three-person dwellings, with 2 of the one-bedroom and 1 of the two-bedroom dwellings being wheelchair accessible and is considered to be an acceptable mix of dwelling types. All of the proposed dwellings would receive compliant internal and external space provision with an over provision of communal amenity space, incorporating soft landscaping improvements. The height of the proposal is considered to be coherent with the scale of the surrounded neighbouring properties on Oxford Court to the south. The use of bricks as a primary material is consistent with the wider area, and the use of feature brickwork with protruding brick details along the windows, walkways and parapets helps to add visual interest. Overall, the proposal is considered to represent a modern response to the subject site and would be sympathetic to its setting in terms of design. The proposal would also achieve an on-site carbon reduction of 92%, and it's considered to maximize the carbon reduction on site in accordance with the relevant policies, and the remaining carbon emissions will be offset by a carbon offset payment of £4,680. Concerns have been raised throughout the application period by neighbouring residents, referencing a broad range of planning considerations, primarily in regard to the impact on neighbouring properties and the local road network. I will expand on the assessment as to why the impact on the neighbouring properties and the road network is considered acceptable following the input from residents.
Thank you. And Councillor Widdop, would you like to speak first? You have 5 minutes when you start.
I'm here because this development is in my ward. I was ready to call it in, but as you know, the number of objections was so large, 39, that it has come to the committee anyway. Although you might think that as the proposals have been amended, they must be better, I'm afraid to say they are not. The difficulty is the process, which includes no dialogue between residents and the developer. The planning officer is the intermediary, and thanks to Nathan for attending a meeting with residents and hearing their concerns. However, amendments made after that meeting were not discussed with residents, and the result is in fact worse, as residents will explain. I'd like to start with some facts. Everyone welcomes social rent affordable housing here. Everyone knows this car park is going to be built on. It's in a conservation area in a lovely part of the borough. Oxford Road North is, as is Chiswick generally, a mixed community, and all the better for it. It includes 3 social housing blocks of flats, 2 private blocks of flats, houses divided into flats, houses as houses, the Friendship Club run by Age Concern, an infant school and a pub. Running parallel to Oxford Road North is Chaseley Drive, another mixed community and privately owned houses and flats. Significantly, you'll have seen from committee papers and a very helpful email from Fiona Baird-Murray, one of the residents locally, that the original proposal would provide 4 two-storey houses with gardens and 2 bungalows for wheelchair users, for a total of 20 people, sympathetic to the plot, the surrounding properties and the area. There is a huge need in Chiswick and across the borough for family-sized homes. As councillors with housing need cases know, many of our social housing tenants are living in horribly overcrowded tiny spaces. I'm currently representing 2 families of 2 parents and 4 children, squeezed into 2 bedrooms. The waiting times for homes for them is embarrassingly long. Their lives become increasingly desperate, and our advocacy stronger, persistent, and more sustained. It's unachievable if we don't build homes of the size that families need. We're told that the demand is for 1 and 2 bedroom flats, but is that because residents are told that's what they're eligible for? Or are they asking for 1 bedroom flats? When asked, most people want more space, not less, particularly after the pandemic showed the impact on mental health of not having enough space, and the need for space for working from home, for children to play, and school students to study. That means bigger homes. There seems to be very little consideration of impact on the community or character of the area. Developers want the maximum and make minor immaterial tweaks to give the impression of improvement when there is in fact no change. Different coloured bricks, it's still an overbearing edifice. In this case, screened walkways, the bulk is the same as is the effect on daylight and sunlight. Significantly again, this new proposal, compared with the original, increases the number of people who could live here by 2, only by 2. Yet because of its size, its scale, its mass, its height, its closeness to other homes, its location on the plot, it is vast and imposing, not in scale. It is far larger and far more overbearing than the original proposal. The proportions of the building, the number of people who could live there, the need we have for residents aren't right. The result of this overwhelming block is a huge number of objections. That's a clear indication that it's not right. All the objections are wholly reasonable and defensible, fundamental issues in planning. There is no need for this massive block to be the shape, size, and height it is, or in the place it is on the plot to achieve homes for 20 people. There is no need for it to be crammed up against a boundary wall, denying light to its nearest neighbours. There is no need for it to be so close to homes on Chaseley Drive. It contravenes local plan policy SC4, London, and local plan policy CC4. The stark fact is that the original proposal would provide homes for only 2 fewer people in a configuration more suited to the plot and to people who are waiting longest on our housing register for a decent amount of space. I urge you to refuse this application and ask Cabinteg to refine its original proposal, working with residents to ensure that the development works for all. Surely developers and the planning committee would prefer an outcome that works for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Biddulph? Yep, Councillor William.
Thank you, Councillor Biddulph. Having been, I share some of the concerns, but I just want to pick up one point. You say a huge amount of public opposition. I think it says here 39 representations have been made objecting to the proposal from 396 who were consulted, so less than 10% of those who were consulted have objected. Would you genuinely consider that a huge amount?
I would, because it depends on who the 296 are. You can make it a massive consultation. The impact is on the nearest people, and it's 39 people who are the nearest to this. If you live in Tomlinson Close at the other end of the road, you're not going to be so worried because you're not going to lose your light. You're not going to have the overbearing building over you. So 39 is a huge number in relation to this closeness of this plot.
Thank you. Councillor Stouter. Yep.
Yeah, I was going to pick up a similar point to Councillor Williams. It's very emotive to start saying huge numbers. The consultation was probably done within the normal parameters. And as Councillor Williams says, that there were indeed 396 people consulted and less than 10% objected. So that's not huge. The other thing I'd question, Councillor Biddulph, is your claim that one-bedroom housing is not in demand. It's in awful demand. We know there are many people, single people and couples, who are finding it impossible to find accommodation in the borough and in London general, let alone even thinking of buying anywhere. And this scheme is going to give single people and couples an opportunity to get a place of their own rather than living in multiple occupancy, which many of them are at the moment, in dreadful conditions, as you point out. So to claim that there's no need for one-bedroom accommodation is quite frankly incorrect. We do know that there's currently, just for social housing alone, affordable housing, we have a shortfall of 2,500 properties in our borough. This is not going to make a big dent in it, but it's going to go somewhere to doing it. And the thought that we're going to put garages beyond people's living spaces is quite frankly not on.
Okay, Councillor Biddulph.
Yes, so that last point I'll take first. I haven't said that the garages must stay. I've said that we know this is going to be built on. There's no question about that at all. So I think that's a diversion designed to impress others rather than to make facts. And if we're going to talk about numbers, again, it's a question of proportion. I wouldn't expect people further down the road you live in, and I know where you live because you live in my ward.
Oh, you know where you live, yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't expect people 30 houses down the road to object to something that you were doing at the top. So you can have a very wide consultation process with a lot of people asked, but actually only a few are relevant and interested in the property. And 39 for this is a large number, whether you care to think about it or at all. And the middle point You made several points in the middle, which I would also like to comment on, but I have now forgotten. I think, I mean, I think it was less of a question and more of a statement about policy. Yes, one-bedroom flats.
Okay.
The question I would like to say is I accept that an awful lot of people are wanting accommodation of any size, but what we're building in the borough is an awful lot of 1 and 2 bedroom flats, which aren't selling, for example. So those that are, and I don't know about rent, those that are going up aren't selling because people need more space. If you ask them, that was the point that I was making, is if you ask them, you can make an assumption that they would give their eye teeth for something rather than what they're in. But actually what they want is more than we're offering. And that's my point. It's yet another block that is achieving what other blocks are achieving. And we need, my need, I don't know what your need is as councillors when you get housing requests, is for bigger homes. I've got, as I said, families of 2 parents and 4 children living in 2 bedrooms. It's not acceptable. And this won't meet their need.
Thank you, Councillor Biddulph. Any more questions? Yep, Councillor.
A question for Councillor Biddulph. You kept making, you made, sorry, not kept, but you made some references to the previous planning application. I understand there were houses and they're butted to the east of the site. In all honesty, I can see improvements in this particular design as opposed to the other one, because they are obviously they're butted right over to the east of the site. Would you say that this planning application now has no merit at all?
Yes. I think the original was much more sympathetic to the area, to the needs of the area, to the character of the area, to the surrounding properties. And we do have to think about impact on neighbours. It isn't appropriate to bung something up because it gives 2 more beds. It provided 20 beds, and I think it provided good accommodation, houses with gardens. That's what people need. We need to be outside. The pandemic has shown us that. This is just a block of flats.
Thank you, Councillor
In
Biddulph.
very, very small amount of outdoor space.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't see any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Biddulph. That's it. Any more questions, sir?
Councillor
Sorry,
Lazar.
I missed that. Go.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the site the relayout of the site, clearly officers have look like they've taken into account of having setbacks from the boundaries and overlooking an oversight and loss of light, etc. So they have taken some things on board, wouldn't you say?
The building hasn't moved. It's still right up against 5 Oxford Road North. It's still back straight up against houses on Chaseley Drive. It's to one side of the plot, not in the middle of it, for example. It's not balanced. No changes have been made of any benefit at all. I'm sorry for those who've tried so hard, but it's just something there to make you think a change is an improvement, but it's not. To have a walkway, which is what the principal change is, means that total loss of privacy on the property next door and other associated problems, which you'll hear about more from the residents themselves. If you then screen those off, all you've done is put the wall back. It's still the edifice that it was. It's not set back. The setback is a problem. So you then screen it in as an option. You're still resulting in the same building. There's no change to the definition of the building, the location of the building, the size and shape of the building.
Thank you, Councillor Biddulph. I'm sure Officer will answer the question. Thank you. Okay, can I call the objector, James Wickham, please? Yep. Again, you got 5 minutes, Mr. Wickham, when you start.
This community welcomes affordable housing and recognises that a new development could improve an outdated and perhaps scruffy site. But we do not welcome this giant building, which is simply far too large for the site, encroaching on all its neighbours. My thanks to those of you who've come to see the site for themselves, some of whom still have difficulty comprehending the massive scale and imposition on its closest neighbours. That's why I need to demonstrate by scale model its impact in a 3D context. This is the site. Here we have the boundaries marked in pink. We have our house and our neighbor, who I'm afraid I haven't given any windows to at all, plus the other blocks here, which are only parts of blocks. I've deliberately just put it to the very closest elements. So Oxford Court here, which has windows, for those of you who can't see, here marked out in tape to scale, 1 meter to 1 inch. Chaseley Drive, Gainsborough Mansions, the facade. But remember, there are more buildings around there. There is also a conservation area marked in yellow, that is a garden. And of course, there's a wall all the way around, most of the way around. You can't see it because it doesn't roll up on a piece of paper. The initial formal plan for 4-bed houses, and if I may have the first image, please, that does demonstrate it. This is what Councillor Biddulph was talking about. It looks like we're not getting an image. So to explain it, it was 4 houses would have been there, 2 bungalows here and here. Do I stop the clock because it's not coming?
Yes, if you could just pause for a moment. Thank you.
This is injury time, isn't it? Thank you. I also submitted some photographs. I don't know where they are. Well done. Thank you. Okay, we recommence. That image won't allow you to see what it says. It does demonstrate the original proposal. It says on the image that the developers recognized that the development potential of the site is severely inhibited, I quote, by its narrow shape and the extent to which the site is overlooked. They pointed out that 3 sides of the site are, I quote again, severely constrained by existing buildings. I won't go into the detail of that project. I'm interested just in its rationale, in that the planners were sympathetic to the constraints. As this block is very near to the boundary, they suggested bespoke single-story pods at the end of the new gardens to further increase the privacy of the existing residents. I would call that a win-win. Though approved by officers, this neat fit was never made public because it was superseded by an initiative, if that's the right word, for massing. This represents a complete U-turn because, unlike the former scheme, it ignores proximity to boundaries and neglects intrusion to existing residents and neighbours. By turning a blind eye to the realities already outlined, it was now considered that this site was best suited for apartment blocks. So, how have the planners and developers addressed these previously acknowledged severe constraints? Let's have a look. Those are the walkways which I'm looking at. So you know what it's like to be looked at in the other direction, for those who can't see from over there. Count your face. So location and size is really what we are bothered about. Scale and massing. What we have here is a near total loss of privacy. Visibility so close that people from 3 meters away, as Nathan helpfully pointed out, can look straight down into family room, the office I work from home in, bedroom windows, as well as my neighbors. Sound, music, conversations, rooftop, if they exist, gatherings in walkways, all clearly audible from just a very few yards away. And litter. I think litter is inevitable from a building with open sides into a conservation area and a garden. This is not compliant with local plan.
I'm afraid 30 seconds is left.
CC4. It's not compliant with local plan policy SC4. More images, please. There you go. That circle marks the height of the building. And if we can have a look at sunlight, I think I can make the point, keep going. I can make the point that, keep going, please. Midsummer, there we are. That circle is 2 meters higher than the tree. If you keep going down, that's midsummer. It's in middle of the day. You don't need an inclinometer to see that that garden isn't going to have sunshine at all year round, none whatever.
Thank you. Members, questions for Mr. Wickham? Mr. Wickham, can you sit there, please? Take a seat here. Okay, questions for Mr. Wickham? No? Okay, Mr. Wickham, thank you. Sorry. Oh, you want to? You sure? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wickham.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, can I invite the applicant, Mr. Amir Aramafar? Yes? Did I pronounce it right? Amfar, yeah, okay. 5 minutes when you start.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Habinteg Housing Association, the applicants have asked me to read out a short intro from them. Habinteg are an affordable housing provider specialising in independent, accessible living for people with disabilities and mobility requirements. This statement is on behalf of them. The homes proposed in this scheme directly respond to Hounslow's identified and acute need for accessible housing in the borough. These people represent some of the most vulnerable in society and those whose housing options are currently severely limited. Without housing of this type, many will be forced to live in unsuitable temporary accommodation, which not only comes at a huge cost to the council, but also severely limits people's life chances. The homes are to be let at social rents, making them genuinely affordable in a part of the country where affordability is a huge issue. The project offers an enhanced fabric and M&E specification, which will reduce residents' energy bills, provide a high-quality design, provide private open space and additional storage. This section of society has been the most adversely affected by the pandemic and the current energy crisis. These proposed dwellings will therefore go a long way to alleviating these issues for future end users, making them truly sustainable and highly valuable asset for the council, who will benefit from 100% of the nominations, thus helping to reduce the number of people on the housing waiting list. And following is from Magenta, who've been agents for the application. The applicant has worked with the council from the outset to develop the proposed scheme in front of you this evening. Initial pre-application discussions were started on this project between Habinteg and London Borough of Hounslow back in April and June 2020. The applicant has also conducted a neighbours consultation through Hounslow's 5,000 pledge commonplace consultation site, which took place in 2020 during the pandemic. The consultation process was carried out in accordance with the council's advice at this time. Our initial pre-application proposals, as you've heard, comprise 6 dwellings, 4 two-bed, 2-storey houses located towards the east of the site, and 2 two-bed bungalows located on the boundary, off the boundary. During the pre-application discussions, together it was agreed with planning officers that the high density development could be achieved on the site, and the current submission reflects these discussions. The proposed building is orientated so that the windows from habitable rooms face away from neighbours on Oxford Road North and those on Chaseley Drive, whilst giving new residents a view over newly created external amenity spaces. Since the submission of the subject development, the applicant team have refined the design, particularly in respect to massing at upper levels along the boundary with 5 Oxford Road North and towards the front of the site, where this element has been reduced from 2 stories to 1 story to respond to neighbouring concerns. Changes to materials and landscaping have also been made in complete cooperation with your officers to achieve a high-quality, sustainable development appropriate to this site. As a result of the process, we consider that the proposed building and its comprehensive landscaping scheme represents an exceptional design quality that is sympathetic to its setting and would serve to enhance the appearance of the Wellesley Road conservation area, whilst also protecting neighbouring amenity. Given there are only single-storey garages on the site at present, we appreciate the proposal would represent a change to neighbouring outlooks. However, we believe that it has been demonstrated that the impact would be limited and in accordance with relevant guidance. The architect's brief has been to achieve net zero carbon, and the importance of this was made clear by officers during the pre-application process. Therefore, all of the proposed dwellings have excellent environmental credentials, being designed to carbon neutral standards. The new units will provide high quality accommodation with an excellent standard of amenity for prospective residents. The scheme includes 3 accessible wheelchair housing units designed to satisfy Habinteg's own exemplary design guidance for such housing. In terms of parking, the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed development can suitably and safely be accommodated on the existing highway network with no detrimental impact on highway safety or capacity. The scheme will be car-free with exception of the 3 disabled spaces. Given the site's good accessibility to public transport, car-free is entirely appropriate in this location. In summary, we consider that the proposal represents an exceptional design quality
30 seconds left.
that would enhance the character and appearance of the area and respects the living conditions of neighbouring occupiers. The final scheme is a direct result of cooperation between the applicant and the officers, which has taken place through the pre-application and application process, and we hope you'll be able to support the application in front of you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anfer. Questions? Councillor Boring?
Hi there. You referenced quite quickly there was a desire to go for increased density, which is reflecting the change from the plans we saw earlier of the 3 houses to the apartment block we see now. Considering, as far as I can understand it, residents were much happier with that original plan. Could you just explain a bit more why you changed from the houses bungalows to the apartment block?
So the bungalows in the housing scheme, that was a pre-application stage discussion that was between Habinteg and the London Borough of Hounslow. That wasn't consulted on or with neighbours. That was prior to the submission of this application, and Habinteg are working on around 10 or 12 sites with Hounslow, and the mixes at that point were fluctuating, and this was one of the sites where the capacity it would have suited a greater density, so that was one of the reasons for the change.
And can you explain why, as I've heard it, when I think the bungalows was 20 bedrooms and the bungalows house is 20 bedrooms, this is 22 bedrooms. Why was that changed? Is it to get more dwellings? Is it? I can't quite seem to get to the bottom of it.
So it would have been, at the time, it would have been to adjust the balance across the whole portfolio of sites, where other sites were reducing in dwellings, to make this work for Habinteg. Some other sites would have been reduced and some would have gone up, and this was one of the sites that it was felt that the density and the number of units could be increased.
I think, Councillor Boring, the application in front of us is the current one, which you're looking at there now. Okay, all right, thank you. Right, Councillor Stroud.
Yeah, we heard from the previous speaker that, and we didn't hear why, but we did hear that this is in contravention to local plan policy SC1. Why do you think it is in line with that particular policy?
Can you remind me, policy SC1, is this?
So SE1 is for housing growth.
to help, it's the policy which seeks to maximise the supply of housing in the borough to meet the projected housing needs out till 2035, I believe, off the top of my head. Yeah.
Excellent. Answer the question, please.
So the relevant policy is local plan policy SE1, which is housing growth, and that assesses the need in the borough up until 2035.
Laura, did you have? Yeah, Councillor Parijat. Sorry.
Didn't get an answer. So my question was that we heard from the previous speaker that for somehow we didn't hear how that this contravened that policy, and I asked this speaker how he thought it did comply with it.
Could you answer that, please? No. Hang on. It's not for public. Sorry. SC4.
I think there's a mix up with the policies. So
that, please. Sorry. It's SC4.
So I believe the councillor previously referenced local plan policy SC4, so not SC1. I believe the speaker said SC4.
Happy with that? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Parijat.
Hello. Why does the boundary have to be attached to the boundary of number 5? Why can it not be built a meter or so further down south? I think north, in the middle of the site.
You answer that?
No, I can try. Well, we haven't actually looked at positioning the building in the middle, but we would have talked about if the building was orientated in a different way, so potentially closer to the existing blocks on Oxford Court, you would then potentially be having outlook towards properties over the boundaries on Oxford Road North, and then you'd have an aspect towards the flats as well, which would then become the distances wouldn't be acceptable. You'd have a loss of privacy in that direction as well. So at the moment, the aspect from the habitable rooms is facing south, and the walkways which have been referred to have the screening, and they're just for access to the units. So amenity space and private balconies and windows all face south at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, no one on this committee doubts the need to build new housing, the importance of it, the need for affordable housing. I do have some questions, having visited the site and had a look. It's a 10.5 metre high wall on the 3 stories, which is going to run right up hard against the back of properties number 5 on Oxford Road North and what is it, number 10 and 12 Chaseley Drive. And I'm absolutely in no doubt at all, having looked at it, this is going to actually have a pretty massive impact on the light, the amenity, on a lot of things for these residents. Do we recognise that there are some challenges, there are some drawbacks here? I'm just curious to get a feel, because obviously it does seem like we can achieve a scheme on this site. Absolutely, I have no doubt that we can deliver it. It seems like there have already been other plans that show that could be done. Do you recognise that there is some harm to the neighbours?
I'm sure Officer will answer your question as well later.
Well, either of them.
Yeah, cool.
So the scheme has been fully assessed for daylight. That was one of the points that was raised earlier. So there's been acknowledged there's been an acknowledged impact on daylight to the rear of the garden of number 5. But for the front part of the garden, where I think you've got a terrace adjoining the extension, the impact is very low.
There's a slight supplementation. I know that we could come back to the point as well that all the dwellings are facing the other way. I mean, in some ways, I almost think it's worse because you've just got this big brick wall that they're going to be looking at where they're not looking at that at the moment. And I just have been looking at it today and just wondering, surely another configuration could have delivered something that would have worked for everyone. It seems to be stepped quite a long way back from Oxford. Just how much was the overall shape of the building looked at in terms of the amenity?
This is what we had looked at. And in this instance, you would have windows overlooking these gardens at number 5, which if I was living in that property, I'd prefer that wasn't the arrangement. So in the existing. So we've tried to keep the habitable rooms facing away from the existing neighbours and with sufficient distance to the existing properties in Oxford Court blocks.
I'm not saying
Okay,
that
hang
should
on,
be-
hang on,
sorry.
hang on. Through the chair, if you want to ask any more before you, no? Okay.
I just want to clarify that doesn't necessarily mean that the balconies or the habitable rooms need to be facing this way.
They would have to face both ways because I'm not an architect for the scheme, but I would know you'd have to have windows facing in. You'd have to be a dual aspect scheme because you'd have to have non-facing windows on one side and make up for it on the other side.
Okay. Thank you. Hang on, before you, Councillor Mir first, then you.
Thank you, Chair. As the objector mentioned, noise increase, what steps have been taken to ensure it control the increase in noise pollution if this development go ahead? So far, I haven't seen any conditions on the application. So
Go on, yeah.
It's a residential development, and in terms of noise and private amenity space, that's all on the south side of the building. So that would have a relationship with the existing amenity space to Oxford Court. So in terms of noise, it wouldn't be any greater than what is there at the moment from use of the amenity space. Is that what you are referring to? I'm not quite sure what noise you're referring to.
Have you got supplementary, Councillor Mir?
yeah. Well, is there any conditions which has been applied in the application proposed by officers so far to minimize the noise pollution in the area? Of course, this is a big development and that will increase the noise in the area, the pollution. So what steps been taken?
As far as I'm aware, there's no conditions for noise.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Luki?
The head of development kindly sent us an email the other day or earlier on today about the need for the number of bedrooms needed in the borough. Why is there not enough? Why have you robbed? Let me say it this way. Why have you robbed this site to pay the other sites in the borough? When we've got the potential for 3-bedroom accommodation here, where at the last count we needed 4,100 units between now and 2034 or 2035, however you look at it. Why can't it be much smaller to take into account the needs of the neighbours? And what exact measurements have you taken in terms of loss of light? I've sat on this planning committee for a number of years, and I've seen blocks developed, I've seen estates developed, and what's been explained and this is for all you newbies too, what's been explained at planning committees, there won't be an impact on light, but we've got one right across the road there on Lambton Road where there is an impact on light. How are we sure? People there have showed us photographs, we rarely get them. How can we be sure there won't be any loss of light on any of these properties nearby? And the other question will be about the parking. Where are people with disabilities going to park? And why is there an assumption that people here, anybody in the new block, will be allowed to park on a controlled parking zone when elsewhere we're not allowing them?
Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
There is a daylight sunlight report which supports the application, and that's be a very robust and comprehensive assessment of all the neighbouring properties, and that's if it is worth taking a look at that, and it does. It's very clear that there wouldn't be a significant impact on the neighbouring properties in terms of daylight and daylight distribution. In terms of parking, the site has wheelchair accessible parking for 3 units at ground floor. There will be obviously a loss of parking to the garages, but a transport assessment has looked at that, and that would have that would be there is capacity in the area for the existing parking on the site. Obviously, any development on that site would lose the existing parking, and the same will be said for all of any other development, that there would be capacity in the area for parking. Sorry, what was the first part of your question?
The first part of the question is you cited the need for certain types of development and certain types of housing, number of bedrooms. Why is this one being stripped of its potential of 3-bedroom affordable housing? 3 and 4, even 3 and 4 bedroom affordable housing. Last count here for 3 bedrooms was 4,100 and the local plan.
So the portfolio of sites which Habinteg are working on, there are other sites that they're actually delivering a really sort of balanced mix in terms of housing, family housing, and smaller units and wheelchair units. So you've got a good mix across the sites that they're proposing, and there are a good number of family houses. This site couldn't provide family houses and smaller units, so this is the scheme which has been. This is one of the sites that's comprising of flats.
Sorry, Chair. Didn't that drawing show that there was family housing and smaller units on that drawing, the previous iteration?
That's the original pre-application scheme did have affordable housing. Sorry, have family houses, 2-story houses on this site, and bungalows. But there are, as I say, there are other sites which Habinteg are progressing in Hounslow, which comprise of that type of housing.
Are those sites in Chiswick? How many of those sites in Chiswick? Why are we taking away the potential of family housing?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but I do. There are. I couldn't answer that off the top of my head at the moment, but I know there are other sites in Chiswick.
Thank you. I can't see any more questions. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Naga.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. I just would like to ask one question. I don't know, you need to give answer or the one of the officer. I just going through with one objection about the antisocial behavior. So what would you like to say about this one? Because as Councillor Biroff mentioned that it could be increase in antisocial behavior. When you make the application, what presumptions would you add about the application? What do you say about this one? Another question I have about the loss of sunlight and privacy about the neighbor. Can you just explain me when you make the application, what would you think about how to cover for this one? Can you just give me some idea about this one?
Okay, I think daylight has already been discussed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You'll answer it. Go. Could you answer that, please, Mr. Rampa? Councillor Biroff, questions asked for the applicant, not to you. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah.
In terms of antisocial behaviour, the scheme has been reviewed by a secure by design officer, and changes have been made to the scheme. In fact, I think going back to one of the other iterations of the scheme, moving away from the boundary was an access down the side between number 5, and that was one of the reasons why the scheme has been pushed closer to obviously on the boundary, was to prevent an access to which could have could lead to antisocial behaviour. In terms of other aspects of the scheme, I wouldn't be able to say there'll be any difference to another type of housing in Oxford, what currently exists in Oxford Court. I don't know if there's any particular antisocial behaviour that we need to be made aware of on the site.
Thank you. Okay, I can't see any more. Oh, you want to? Sorry, Councillor Atwal, yeah.
Hi, just wonder, whereabouts would the 3 parking spaces be for the disabled, according to this little plan we have? Could you just show us?
I think Mike said it's page 9. Page 9, I think. Yeah, you said? Yeah, page 9. Have a look at that, please.
Looking for the site plan, top of page 9. Black and white.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ram. Right. Officers, you got quite a few questions as well when you do a presentation. So can you include that, please?
Yep, so I'll just begin by building on my initial comments and then address the questions that were raised. So the principle of the development is considered acceptable as the proposal would regenerate a brownfield site, and it's considered to optimize the site's potential to provide high quality residential accommodation. Concerns were raised in regards to the loss of off-street parking through the demolition of the garages. The parking surveys that were undertaken found that a maximum of 19 vehicles were parked on the site in front of the garages and in the parking area to the west. Using this maximum of 19 cars and assuming the worst case scenario that the 4 garages that are let to addresses within 200 meters of the site are used for regular parking, the proposal would result in 23 vehicles being displaced onto surrounding streets. Factoring the displacement of 23 vehicles, the parking stress levels on the streets would rise to an average of 74% at 12:30 a.m., 76% at 7 a.m. and 83% at 7 p.m. And these levels are below the 90% threshold that is considered acceptable for displaced parking. Concerns were highlighted by neighbouring residents over the potential loss of privacy that the proposal would result in, particularly in regards to the exposed circulation space and the single-storey rooftop on the northern site boundary. Privacy screens are to be added to the open walkways facing the neighbouring properties, the full details of which will be secured by Condition 3. There would also be no access for any potential future occupier to the single-storey roof face on the boundary of number 5. An access door is shown on the submitted plans. This is for maintenance purposes only, and Condition 26 would ensure that access to this area is restricted for residents in perpetuity. In terms of daylight and sunlight, most of the tested windows demonstrate full compliance with the BRE guidelines, which is that must receive a minimum of 20% of sunlight, and then for amenity space, the requirement is that at least 50% of the garden space receives a minimum of 2 hours of direct sunlight daily. Where there are transgressions to the windows at 1 to 9 and 10 to 12 Chasey Drive, the VSC remains above 20% in both cases. The submitted report also demonstrates that the impact on surrounding amenity space would meet the BRE guidance. for 5 Oxford Road North, more than 50% of the area would receive 2 hours of direct sunlight. Although for the properties at 1 to 9 Chaseley Drive, the proposal would meet the requirements on the 21st of April. However, at the equinox, the amount of light received by this garden would be reduced, although only 1% of this area currently receives daylight at the equinox. The daylight and sunlight assessment was completed prior to the reduction in massing for the single-story element and the third story. And the reduction in mass would allow additional light to enter these properties beyond the initially acceptable impact of the proposal in this regard. Concerns are also raised over the increased sense of enclosure on the boundary with 5 Oxford Road North. As we discussed throughout the application, the massing has been reduced. The original submission, where it is currently a single story, was 2-story, and the walkway on the third story was set back by 1.75 meters. Whilst we do accept that this proposal would create an element of enclosure on the area of the rear garden space of 5 Oxford Road North, this relationship is considered acceptable, as a policy compliant level of daylight would still be received, and the application is therefore recommended for approval on this basis.
Question from members? Councillor Bowling.
Hi, Nathan. So I think in terms of the objections, I'm not, whilst it's distasteful, it doesn't seem to me that the overlooking the massing and the loss of sunlight, whilst distasteful, doesn't seem to meet a threshold for refusal. But what I am concerned about is condition 3 and the privacy screens along the walkways, because I think depending on how comprehensive those privacy screens are, there would be a real material concern of overlooking. It says in condition 3 that there's going to be window treatments, details, screens, all privacy measures, but we've got no images of that. We've got no data, no description of that. So is there, can you provide that?
Yeah, so when discussing with the applicant about the need for privacy screens, they did request that this could be dealt with at condition stage. They did advise it would be a obscure glazed material. There is an annotation on the elevations, although I do know that it isn't clear that there is going to be privacy screens on those plans. But we were advised that it would be an obscure glazing to limit any overlooking potentials, which would also allow for daylight to pass through this area.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
So my only concern is, we were advised it's going to be obscured glazing. I mean, how does that mean it will be? For me, that's where the whole crux of the potential for refusal comes. What's the privacy going to be like? What's the overlooking? And it just doesn't seem to me there's enough of an answer of what it will be and how guaranteed that is.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I mean, effectively, we're asking you to delegate that responsibility to us. This is not an unusual condition for us to attach to a scheme. We are well versed in ensuring that privacy screens are provided to prevent that overlooking. It's a very common situation, and to be perfectly honest, it's not too difficult to do. If you were to make comment at this point, to be noted that that's absolutely fine about how you would expect it to take place, but we're well able to do this on your behalf.
Councillor Luki.
I'm looking at 7.57 waste and recycling. Bins being pulled up to 23 metres by residents on collection day. Really, I mean, we have trouble with people pulling them 4 metres out onto the pavement. Not so much trouble pulling them out, but taking them back in again. How are we going to manage this this bin storage and waste storage on this site, as we often at planning committee approve these things, but again, like the daylight, sunlight, daylight, the reality sometimes is not quite what's described in the documents and at committee. How we're going to manage that, and what discussions have you had with? Has anybody had? Not you, Nathan. I know you're diligent, but anybody had with waste and recycling at London Borough of Hounslow or Lambton 360?
Nathan, yeah.
Yeah, so to answer the first point, the 23 meters is still within the recommendations of the recycling and refuse guidance. So it was considered acceptable in that regard. We haven't had comments from the arrangement on waste and recycling. The refuse arrangements would largely remain the same, and they wouldn't require entering into the site. When I say remain the same in terms of the pickup arrangement that is there for the properties on Oxford Road North, and that it was considered acceptable in that regard.
Sorry, Chair.
Supplementary?
Yeah. Considered acceptable by whom, Nathan?
By myself, so not the committee. So apologies for my word in there.
Okay, any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Williams?
Just want to confirm, because there was a lot of technical stuff there on the light and things. What you're saying is it is going to have a big impact on these properties. 2 hours of sunlight doesn't seem like a lot to me, but effectively what we're saying is, yeah, it's going to have a big impact, but it's still compliant because the thresholds fundamentally are quite lenient.
Yes, my assessment is that there would be an impact on the light received and the level of enclosure, but that the impact still meets the requirements of policy.
Thank you. We'll open for a debate. Yeah.
I guess I've gone on a bit of a journey with this one. I mean, obviously, to my mind, supporting affordable housing, social housing, and social rent homes in particular is always a no-brainer. However, we want housing, but we want good quality housing, and we don't want to impact neighbours. And it seems to me like we could have had a perfectly acceptable scheme that delivered almost exactly the same number of beds without having the impacts on the neighbours. And I just think it does appear that in policy terms, we're not going to, it's going to be compliant. It's going to be, we have to judge the application in front of us, not the one we would like. Though it is always frustrating that this is the point at which we get to have a say when it's saying yes or no on a scheme. And I accept that it looks like, on balance, there are plenty of grounds to approve. But I would just say I think as a borough we can do slightly better in the future with getting the quality right for existing neighbours as well as future ones.
Any more contributions? Yeah.
I'd just like to echo that from Councillor Williams. It is my opinion that it's compliant, but I think we could have done better here.
Councillor Luki?
This echo thing again. Look, this site is council-owned land. The council has almost given it to this housing association, as with other housing associations in garages across the borough. It's given not just this one, but it's given housing associations land in return for development. But what we're doing afterwards as an authority, perhaps it's two different departments, maybe, well, it's the same department, but we wash our hands of it, or the housing department possibly washes its hands of it, and it is there is a potential here. We know that there's a potential here for a better scheme, one that has been shown before, but we're prevented from considering that or even approving that. And it is quite shocking to hear from the applicants that they've reduced amenity on this site in return for, or possibly, we don't know exactly how many of the 9 sites or what the 9 sites are tonight elsewhere. They've taken away amenity from here to who knows whether amenity has been given to the other sites. So like the 2 over there, I don't like it, but I do want to warn people about the light thing. I don't think we are as stringent on it as we should be, and we buy a lot of this detail too. And also, I'm also concerned about the carbon money that I was about 4,000 on this, the blood money on this, if you like, on carbon offset, when we shouldn't really be allowing carbon on our developments. That's it, really.
Okay. Anybody proposing anything? It's been, yeah, it's been done for approval. Anybody proposing anything?
Propose approval.
Okay, can we have a seconder for that? Yeah, okay. It's been proposed and seconded. Can we have a vote for the proposal, please? Yep, go on. Yeah, and keep the hands up, please. Eight. Yeah. Against? One. Abstentions? Yep, it's been approved. You want to pay abstention? Yeah. Abstentions again, please. Sorry. Is not. Are you going for approval, going for refusal, or abstention? Huh? Okay. Yeah, she has proposed approval. Yeah.
No, she was against.
Council Nagra, were you for or against? For? Oh, for. Okay. So how we have? How many? Okay. It's been approved. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution, members. Would you like a 5 minutes break? Okay. Now it's 10 to. We'll be back 5 to. Yeah. Thank you.
But the condition, when
Right, councillors, could you take your seats, please?
So it's already on now. Okay, it's all right, Wendy. It's already on.
Okay, I think everybody's in, yeah? Right, come to the second part of the agenda. Item 5 is garage block, Garth Court, Chiswick. Who's taken that? Yeah, go on. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors.
I think we remember missing, Chair.
Oh,
No.
That's right.
okay. Thank you.
That was quite a debut from the new councillor, wasn't it? What's going on? Yeah, really. It's not pop in and pop out, Chair, really.
They
I
forgot to
think we
vote
should
as
make a
well.
note, right to their chief whip.
We have made a note and the chief whip is sitting there.
Their chief whip. He's one of theirs. He's not one of ours. If he was one of ours, he'd pay attention.
Who is our chief whip will write to their chief whip. Excellent. Okay.
Thank you very much,
Done.
Chair.
Sorted. Yeah. All right. Officers, back to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, good evening, councillors, colleagues, members of the public. The item being presented before you today is another garage block on Garth Court in Chiswick. The application is being presented to Planning Committee following a call-in from Councillor Biddulph. The site is within Chiswick Gunnersbury Ward, formerly Turnham Green Ward, after the amalgamation of the wards following the local elections. The site is within the Devonhurst character area, which was part of the 2019-2020 extension of the Turnham Green Conservation Area. The site is on the westward extreme of the conservation area, located on the corner of Garth Road and Ellesmere Road. The site consists of 12 single-story garages in 2 rows of 6, with a central hard standing and vehicular crossover to the front. The site is bordered to the north by the short terrace on numbers 1 to 7 Garth Road, to the west by numbers 1 to 6 Garth Court, which is a 3-story flat block. And to the east, there's the locally listed semi-detached Art Deco style buildings, numbers 40 and 42 Ellesmere Road. Recently, number 42 is currently in use as flats, so it has been subdivided. On the screen now, we have a site photograph showing the site. At the front and the side of the site, there are 2 Norway maple trees. There's also a silver birch tree, which is adjacent to the 3-story flat block. Along Ellesmere Road, there's a line of trees which stretch the full length of Garth Court and which provide a barrier and a buffer to the A4 to the south. Here's another photograph of the garages, as you can see. The existing waste and recycling facilities for Garth Court are there on the left-hand side. And so there are a number of perspective views that you can see. And there we have a view of number 42 Ellesmere Road. Here is a view from Garth Road. And on the screen now, we have a proposed CGI of the building. Now, the proposal is for 2 homes, so it's a semi-detached pairing. To the north is a 2-bedroom, 3-person dwelling, and to the southern block, which is a 3-story, is a 5-bed, 6-person dwelling.
The height of the building corresponds to the neighboring buildings. So along the Ellesmere Road section, it corresponds to the 3-story height of Garth Court. And to the north, the height drops down to 2 stories, corresponding and tying in with the height of Garth Road. You can also see on the corner, it's curved. Now that is a design cue which has been taken from number 40 to 42 Ellesmere Road. It's there to try to correspond with the character of the area and local buildings to show a clear relationship in the design, and that has been something which has been thought through by the applicant alongside comments from officers. This is a view from Garth Road. The volume of the massing has been pushed and pulled and set to reduce the massing, and the height there is set down to 2 stories with Garth Road. Here's a view from Ellesmere Road looking down. So this is where the flat blocks are. So the flat blocks go from part 4-story down to 3-story. The flat block closest to the development, numbers 1 to 6, is 3 stories. As you can see there, it fits in with the existing building line. Now on the presentation, you can see that on the red, there are some dots there along the ground floor level. Now that's to show that the building ties in with building lines. So the building has been arranged so that it lines up with the flatted block on Garth Court, as well as Garth Road to the north, and further to number 78 Barrowgate Road. Now on the screen, we have a proposed site plan. As part of this scheme, one of the maple trees within the site boundary would be removed. In its place, 6 trees are proposed. Now the 6 trees are allotted around the site itself to provide generous landscaping, but also to try to tie in with the existing character of the area, which is one of greenery and foliage. The greenery is quite generous and it provides better amenity and quality for future occupants. There again is another proposed site plan showing the different trees. So in terms of the proposal, we have 2 rowan trees. Now I'm just going to point out where they are. At the front right, so right in the red, there will be an oak tree planted. 2 rowan trees will be planted on the left. So at the front, on the left, the green dot, which is shown here, that's one of the rowan trees, and the other rowan is at the far right of the site. 2 birch trees will be planted within the rear gardens, they're in the blue, and 1 pear tree in yellow at the rear. A bit of discussion on the homes. So the larger unit is a family house. There's an identified need in the borough for family housing, and this development would provide much needed family housing in an area of the borough where it's out of reach for many. Now, the scheme as a whole would help in terms of reducing the council's dependence on temporary accommodation, bed and breakfasts, and also helping those who are struggling at current market rents. So on the ground floor, just in terms of the layout, its entrance is from Ellesmere Road. We have generous accommodation on the ground floor with large living rooms, kitchens, bedrooms, and bathrooms. On the first floor, we have a double bedroom, single bedroom, bathroom. Sufficient storage is provided on every single floor of this dwelling. And on the second floor, we have 2 single bedrooms, another bathroom, a single bedroom, and then a store. The smaller 2-bedroom, 3-person dwelling, it provides, again, generous internal space. As you can see, on the ground floor, we have a large living room, hallway, and kitchen with a toilet. And then on the first floor, a double bedroom, store, bathroom, single bedroom, and an additional storage. In terms of the council's requirements, in terms of internal space, the 2-bed, 3-person unit has a requirement of 70 square meters. This development well exceeds that. For the 5-bed, 6-person unit, there's a requirement of about 116 square meters for a dwelling of its type. This dwelling well exceeds that as well, providing in excess of 135 square meters. So both in terms of internally and externally, both homes provide ample internal and external space. The council's benchmark in local plan policy SC5 requires a minimum of 50 square meters of garden space, and with an upper limit of 75 square meters of garden space. Both dwellings well exceed that and also provide that generous landscaping along the rear and side gardens. On the screen now, we have the proposed context elevations. As you can see, these are the material palette which has been chosen. There's the red tile roofs to tie in with the flat block at Garth Court, and a textured yellow buff brick is proposed on the facade. The windows would have deep reveals to add character, and there'll be also some detailing on the ground floor. Again, there are some elevations from the north, eastern elevations, and southern elevation. And another point to note is also that each house would have an entrance on each side of the road on the corner. So there'll be an entrance along Ellesmere Road for the 5-bed, 6-person, the family unit. And then there'll be an entrance on Garth Road for the 2-bed, 3-person house. And just before we move on to the next stage, also to point out that this scheme achieves net zero carbon with passive and active measures proposed. The building would have an excellent fabric first approach in excess of the 10% requirement at the B-lean stage. In terms of the green measures, both homes would have individual air source heat pumps, and there would be PV panels which are proposed on the flat roof of the 2-story dwelling. There is a condition imposed to ensure that those solar PV panels are as flush as possible with the roof, so as to be as minimal as possible and not to impact on the conservation area. In terms of parking, this proposal is car-free. However, in discussions with the applicant, they proposed 2 additional CPZ bays off-site to provide that additional parking. The future occupants of the scheme will be restricted from obtaining parking permits. And this scheme is recommended for approval by officers. It would not give rise to unacceptable impacts on neighbours, the local highway, or the character and appearance of the Turnham Green Conservation Area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Officer. We'll come back for the questions later on. Can I ask Councillor Biddulph to come out? You know the rule, 5 minutes again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I called in this application because it is an unreasonable development, out of scale and out of character with the surrounding area. While there are fewer formal objectors than before from the people who live in the house next door, that doesn't mean that the objection is immaterial or inconsequential. It highlights just how inappropriate this development is. As with the early discussion on Oxford Court, everyone knows that this car park will be built on. It is in a conservation area, as Leon has said. Turnham Green is a different one from the other one, in a lovely part of the borough. Garth Road, Barrowgate Road and Ellesmere Road, the 2 roads that Garth Road runs between, this location is just like the rest of Chiswick. It's a welcome community mix of social and private housing, houses and flats in houses as well as blocks, flats in blocks. They're all modest in scale. However, this proposed development is wholly out of scale with the road, with its neighbours and with the plot. It is another inappropriate edifice, despite design tricks that have been used in an attempt to disguise its imposing nature. Yes, there is an Art Deco building nearby, and it is Grade 2 listed, but echoing that building's curved frontage in this bulky, overbearing building doesn't make it any less bulky or overbearing. The neighbouring 2-story house will be overwhelmed by it, affecting daylight, sunlight, and privacy. It's a modern house with a skylight that brings natural light in from above. This development doesn't take into account the impact on that. Nor does the daylight sunlight report acknowledge the loss of light through the skylight. Additionally, its location on the plot, extending further out onto Garth Road than the existing houses, will create a sense of enclosure rather than the openness that currently exists. So I disagree with the comment that was made earlier. It does not align with the existing building line along Garth Road. It might do elsewhere, but not along this road. It extends well beyond it. Indeed, drawings omit the nearest home, a modest low-rise end of terrace. You can see the drawings here. It's just not there. It hasn't been included. Another drawing here, there's a pink line. It's invisible. It's been taken out. And another one here. These are in the plans, and the building is omitted. Sorry, I've just lost my place. This development seems to me to be a rushed job, pulled together quickly to get it done, not considered in relation to the local area and nearby properties to get it right. It is an inappropriate overdevelopment and it needs more work. Balconies are a problem, intruding on a bedroom. The heritage view will be affected by the loss of a tree. We've heard about extra trees, and that's always welcome, but existing trees are significant too. There are contradictions and inconsistencies as well. When the objector applied, for example, for a tree protection order on the tree that's going to be removed, she was told it was not at risk. The TPO wouldn't protect it any more than it has been, and now it's going to be felled. That's a really material, significant point and a misleading point to make to somebody who's trying their hardest to do their best by the environment and the character of the area. I'm concerned about heat pumps. They create noise. We know that. It's a technology that I should think is going to be replaced pretty soon because of the impact that they have on noise and on other aspects. They might be useful for, in some respects, for climate change, but they're not good for noise. We don't even know on this plan where they're going to be. Who's going to have the noise impact? Who's going to be annoyed by it for the rest of their time here? I think that's most of what I have to say. So as I said, this is a rush job, which I think has been pulled together very quickly. I'm very concerned about comments that were made earlier about loss of benefits to some plots where other plots have gained. And I think this is another plot which is at a disadvantage because of others having been approved already and some compromises being made there. So the location on the plot, why is it there? It could be in a much better place, and the mass and the scale and the height are wrong, and daylight and sunlight are affected as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bidder. Okay, question for Councillor Bidder. Okay, you got away very lightly. Thank you. Okay, can somebody propose suspension of?
Chair, I move suspension of standing orders until the business is
Somebody second that, please. Don't. Okay. Happy with it? We're going to finish the agenda. Okay, thank you. Done. Right. It's the objector now, Mr. Gareth Evans. Mr. Evans, you got 5 minutes when you start from, yeah?
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. As Councillor Biddulph intimated, it's a clear overdevelopment. The proximity of the site to the flats, to the side, and to the houses at the back is clear from the photos I'm about to show. They're affordable houses, but very large. The officer acknowledged that the larger one is a 5-bedroom one with very generous spacing, well above minimum space standards. Does this mean that the energy requirements, the sustainability requirements are greater for a larger dwelling? The windows in the flats, you can see on the first photograph that there are windows side facing directly onto the site. How does the light and daylight study square with that? There's an admission there's a transgression in that survey. The whole design, it does look rushed. It's been started off as a block of apartments in one iteration back some months ago. It's gone through so many various changes, and now it's turned into this. It looks lopsided. The third floor towers above the neighboring houses. I mean, if we go on to the next picture, please. Again, the tight site is obvious from that. If you go on to the next slide, there are trees which are going to suffer, that there's going to be a removal, whereas the objector was advised that that wasn't the case. And the curved wall, which the officer mentioned, seems to be the only nod to the fact that it's in a conservation area. You know, a high quality urban environment, and you know, the only sort of gesture to that is a curved wall. The detail, the quality just isn't present here. The building lines has already been alluded to, that there's a clear contravention there. The effect on light and privacy is it's unclear whether there's been a full assessment because of the balconies. The loss of the garages is interesting because they're dilapidated. What's happened there? The garages have become that way. Why? You know, it's worth asking the question. There are procedural issues which I'll come on to. The one issue that I would pick up, which related to the last item, which was that the parking provision is not present, and we're talking about a housing provider who specializes in accessible houses for the disabled, allegedly. And the committee report advises that the houses are affordable, all laudable, but that they haven't been built specifically for the disabled, as the design and access statement states in some of the first pages. It is now a retrospectively adaptable scheme in terms of its provision for the disabled. So we are extremely concerned about the quality of the design. Another aspect is the height is more reflective. You can see that it's more reflective of the blocks of apartments, but not of the listed houses which were referred to by the officer. So if it is trying to make a nod to the height and the scale of houses, then it's badly failed by going this cumbersome extra story upwards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Question? Yeah, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. It was a long list of things that you don't like about the current scheme. I guess it's just a quite simple question. What do you think would be an acceptable scheme for this site?
I think along the lines I've alluded to, in terms of reflecting the height of the housing and not extending over the building line. I mean, my client's chief worries were in relation to the very verdant character of the street. that the tree was going to be removed. And again, there were previous iterations of this design, and it was felt in previous occasions that possibly there was a scheme that could work with the retention of the tree, but it's gone by the wayside.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stouter.
Yes, sir. Two-part question, really. Both yourself and Councillor Bidoff indicated that the scheme had been rushed through. What's your evidence that this has been rushed through? Have you seen previous plans? And also then to give you you obviously ran out of time, sir, during your speech, but you did allude to that there was some sort of failure of process. So maybe you could tell us what you think the failure of process was. So what leads you to believe it's rushed, and what was the failure of process?
The omission of details in terms of the rushing of it. There was that issue of the air source heat pumps, which was missing, and the due process question was a technical point, but the certification of ownership was incomplete. There are development management orders and Town and Country Planning Act clauses that require the full information to be presented, and it's a technical. Article 14 of the Town and Country Planning Development Management Order. The ownership certificate of the application was incomplete. It didn't say who the owner was. Section 65 of the Town and Country Planning Act also is relevant in that it asks for notice to be given with full details, ownership details, to the public when they're looking at documents.
Maybe the officers will be able to address us on that later.
Okay. Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Thank you. And can I invite the applicant, Mr. Amir Arampa? Again, you've got 5 minutes, Mr. Arampa. Yeah, when you start.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is also being, the applicant is Habinteg. So I've already introduced Habinteg Housing Association, so I'll go on to our statement from Magenta. As with the application scheme for Oxford Court, which you heard earlier, the applicant has also engaged with the planning department through formal pre-application process to develop this proposal. These discussions again started in April and June 2020 and have been ongoing to this point. Can assure you that the application for this site has not been rushed, and this proposal has not been rushed. Of all the sites, Habinteg has been progressing in Hounslow. This is one of these sites that has undergone some of the most substantial changes since the original pre-application scheme. The original scheme proposed a flatted development accommodating 10 accessible dwellings. Following the pre-application, advice and comments received from the consultation with residents through Hounslow's commonplace portal, the scheme has been remodelled and refined to respond sympathetically with its surrounding context, both in terms of neighbouring amenities, townscape and environmental constraints. The architects have sought to provide a residential scheme which responds to the scale of surrounding development, including the 3-storey scale of Garth Court and the 2-storey scale of Garth along Garth Road. The position of the building has been located to respond positively to neighbouring building lines, whilst also allowing the building to pronounce and activate the site's corner location. This is one of the things that was we were encouraged to address during the pre-application discussions. the proposed scheme has been enhanced through its curved corner, which reflects a locally listed Art Deco style displayed on Ellesmere Road to the east. The proposed relationship with neighbouring Garth Court block is similar to the spacing between the individual blocks themselves, and the appellant has accepted conditions with respect to obscure glazing on the proposal where it faces onto Garth Court. The applicant has sought to retain existing trees wherever possible. However, on this site, the loss of the Category B tree is required to facilitate this development and pretty much any development that you are going to put on that site. Alternative layouts have been explored, but these were not progressed for various reasons, including impact on the neighbours and poor standards of accommodation in the proposed scheme. The landscaping proposals are comprehensive and are considered to provide a sufficient mitigation for the loss of this tree, and in time would mature and enhance the amenity and biodiversity of the area. In terms of amendments carried out during the application period, changes to materials and landscaping have been in complete cooperation with your officers to achieve a high quality, sustainable development appropriate to the site. We consider that the proposal represents exceptional design, quality that fully respects the character and appearance of the Turnham Green Conservation Area and will contribute positively to its character and appearance. The units will provide high quality accommodation for future residents, which meet and exceed the council standards. And as with our earlier application, we can reiterate that this has been the scheme is a direct result of cooperation between the applicant and your officers, which has taken place during the application and at pre-application stage. And we hope you will be able to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barriotto?
The report seems to say that only one maple tree will be removed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The maple tree at the front of the site.
What's going to happen to the maple tree on Garth Road? Not the corner one, the second one. That does look like it could be affected by the building.
So the tree report that we had states that one will be retained, and it would not need to be. It would need pruning, but it wouldn't require removal. There would be with regards to the other tree, we had looked at pruning it, but due to the way that tree is formed, it wouldn't be possible. So that's why that one is proposed for removal.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
I try not to get too gooey-eyed over trees, but I must admit, when I went down to the site and looked at it, it is a rather magnificent maple. And I'm kind of just curious to know, again, whether we explored options for building a scheme that could have worked with the retention of both the trees. And I guess building on that, whether we ever looked at a scheme that went with the Garth Road line, as opposed to trying to reflect Garth Court, and if not, what was the rationale? I also know, 5-bedroom, 6-person is a very large property, and that's good. We're short of those, but I'm just wondering the rationale for that in this site, and why we thought this was the right opportunity for a property of that size. Sorry, Chair, that was probably more than one question.
Yeah, go on.
So we had looked at your first point in terms of following the Garth Court, the building line, and not the going up Garth Road. You'd end up with one house on the site. You would probably still impact that tree. And one of the key points that the council have been pushing on this one, and the architects have sought to achieve, is to address the corner, which is why we've tried to move away from Garth Court to, as much as possible, reduce any impact on those dwellings, pronounce the corner, and unfortunately the tree is on the corner of the site, and that's the reason why it's formed in that way. In terms of the size of the dwelling, which I think was the second part of your question, obviously yeah, the site has the opportunity to provide a size of that dwelling, a dwelling of that size, and there is a need for larger dwellings. So that's why that one. There aren't many sites which Habitag are doing that have 5-bedroom houses. Most of the largest ones are sort of three beds, but there was an opportunity on the site and a need for that size dwelling.
Just quickly, I just wanted to clarify as well. This is London affordable rent, not social rent. These 2 blocks. They're London affordable.
I believe they're all London affordable rents. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Stouter.
Yeah, just a quick question. I've done a site visit, I'm knowing the area quite well. It doesn't show on the plan, but it's adjacent to the very, very busy A4. Has that been given consideration in terms of soundproofing and good quality insulation, not just for environmental purposes, but to give the residents some degree of protection from the sound of the A4?
I don't know what the standards are for the windows, but I know that that has factored in the design, the proximity to the road, and with regards to the planting, replacement planting that is proposed, there was an offer to put trees along that frontage as well, better quality trees to screen the road. So yeah. I believe if there is any concerns on noise from that road, that the condition could be attached. If that's
Councillor Perizzetto.
Yes. Were there any extra attempts made to try to make them accessible for wheelchair users? They don't seem to be.
To make them wheelchair user dwellings, they would require a lift. The original scheme for flats had wheelchair user dwellings at ground floor, but this scheme would be wheelchair accessible, but it wouldn't have there's no lift proposed, so there wouldn't be wheelchair user.
So access to the ground floor, but a disabled person that needs wheelchair wouldn't be able to.
Then there wouldn't be a lift inside. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I can't see any more hands. Thank you, Mr. Armford. Thank you. Okay. I think presentation was done nicely. Any questions for the officers? There's been some questions raised. Yeah.
Just pick up on the point I made to about looking at the quality of insulation, not just so from the heat point of view, but from the noise point of view. Is that something we can look at?
Yeah. I mean, can we put a condition there? That's what you mean? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to cop out a little bit here, Councillor, and just suggest that that's something better managed through the building regulations process rather than the planning process. That there are building regulations in place to ensure that sufficient noise insulation is imposed on the property, so it wouldn't be directly related to planning.
I mention it there because of its particular proximity to an extremely busy road, and if you stand outside where it's proposed to be, the noise is very significant. So maybe in this instance that normal building regs wouldn't quite cut it.
So they would be considering the internal noise environment. Actually, sorry, I'm obviously not a building regulations officer, so maybe I shouldn't be advising on a professional capacity. But my advice is that this is dealt with better through the building regulation process.
We're the planning committee. We make conditions. Make conditions. You're right, Chair, and Councillor Stroud-Turp is right in raising this. Why? Yeah, there are conditions that we could apply. Why do we have to? This is again. This is a problem. This is a problem in planning here that we pass the buck. It's a bit like when you're trying to enforce something, and somebody driving into an illegal site, and planning tell you to get in touch with Hounslow Highways to block the pavement. So really, head of planning development, come up with something, please. If councillors are asking for it, come up with something. There must be something there for sound. Double glazing, triple glazing, it exists.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a building control officer, but I've managed building control since the early 2000s. and they do cover this area. Can I suggest that you give us delegated powers to confirm with building control whether they will take into account the noise from the road? I'm pretty certain they will, but we can confirm that direct. And if they won't, then we can put a suitable condition on.
Yeah. And again, as we know with building control, there's no guarantee with building control. We have a building control department here at the council, but a lot of this is farmed out, farmed out to consultants and other private building control people. Let's get this done here now, whilst we've got some control, and let's not delegate it to anybody. Let's get our building control to advise and put that in as a condition, not rely on some a lot of the building controls I've come across over recent years are pirates, the private ones.
I mean, the point is a simple one. You don't have control if you are duplicating other legislation. So there are statutory tests, and a planning condition must relate to planning. If the matter is covered by building control, then the matter doesn't relate to planning, and that will be an ultra vires condition. You can't put any condition you like on, you are constrained. So I think that my advice to the committee is the best course of action is to establish whether it's covered by building control or not. If it is, then that's the end of the matter. It's not a planning matter. If it's not, then we can frame a suitable condition to cover the matter if building control don't pick it up.
Chair, as long as councillors' comments and objections and concerns are minuted on this item, then if we're if we're paying people to give us advice, then we'll have to take it, won't we?
Thank you. And how would we know that the sort of building control is taking care of that?
Well, what I'm suggesting is you delegate that to officers. So I will discuss with the head of building control, or Matthew will discuss with the head of building control whether or not it's covered, and then we'll take appropriate action to either be satisfied that it is covered, or if it's not covered, then we'll put a suitable condition on.
Thank you. If it goes for approval, then we'll do that. Okay. Okay. Anybody going to propose anything? Yeah. Go on. Last question first. Go on.
Obviously, we've talked about the fact that the building sets out from the building line to provide adequate space to the people in the court behind, who obviously need the space. I'm sorry, I must have missed a bit in the papers. There's a lot to read this time. I'm just curious about what does the report say about the impacts on the people in the flats behind? Because I know from speaking to some residents who live in them that they're not convinced they're not impacted, and I'm wondering what you can advise the impacts will be on them, and whether that it's policy compliant. Discuss.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of the distance from 1 to 6 Garth Court, the building is set off by 9.5 meters and is treated by the trees along the boundary, as well as the boundary wall, which is currently there from the existing communal bin store for the flats. One of the consultation comments was in relation to what would happen with the boundary treatment. The applicant's proposing that that boundary treatment would remain, so there'll be a brick wall in place there remaining. So that would be providing acoustic privacy, being a very hard boundary, rather than say, a timber fence, which is quite flimsy. So a hard brick wall would provide that acoustic privacy. In addition to the planting along the boundary with the hedging, as well as the tree planting, and that distance of 9.5 meters. Now, when we look at distances, we have to consider the existing situation along the flats. Now, the distances between the flat blocks, say from numbers 7 to 12 and 1 to 6, it's quite minuscule. It's a situation and an arrangement where you do have balconies facing windows, typically where some of those windows aren't obscured between the existing part 4 and part 3 story flat blocks. With the proposed development, all west facing windows would be obscured, and the applicant has looked to minimize any impact in terms of outlook by having as few habitable rooms on that elevation as possible. While there are habitable rooms on the western elevation, their windows would be obscured and the windows are smaller, but those windows to those habitable rooms are also due aspect, so it provides outlook on the other elevation. The building itself is a minimum of a dual aspect dwelling, which is recommended by London Plan Policy D6, and there are also elevations on 3 sides. So just in terms of distances, those are some of the mitigation that has been applied to this development. But if you have any follow-ups, I can also...
Thank you, that's helpful. And just in terms of overlooking or anything like that, light impact on those flats, because the building's about the same size, 9 meters apart, and are we satisfied that it is not having a obviously it turns out you can have quite a significant impact and still be policy compliant? What is the impact on the flats in terms of overlooking and light and things?
So in terms of overlooking, there are no, say, balconies on that elevation. They're all on the Garth Road side at first floor level. The balconies are recessed in, so they're not balconies where you can easily have outlook into 40 to 42 Ellesmere Road, and there is that separation distance of over 18 meters from the Art Deco style building. In terms of daylight and sunlight, it has been tested, and about 70 windows were tested, and of those 70 windows and other openings, there were 3 transgressions. Of those 3 transgressions, they were 2 windows and openings which aren't the sole outlook, so they are providing additional views. So as you can see, if I just scroll through the presentation, there are windows facing Ellesmere Road, windows facing the garage site, and then windows to the rear. And also, of those transgressions, a bulk of them were to those balconies, which are by their nature, because they're recessed, they would have impact there. So the assessment does acknowledge that there would be impact due to the proximity of the proposed development and the existing block, and due to those recessed balconies. But take into consideration that those aren't the sole openings from that building, and also that suitable measures have been made to try to minimize impact. Officers deem that acceptable. And as per the BRE guidelines, the policy is compliant. I will also touch on amenity space. Of the 5 gardens assessed, there was also a transgression of 1 garden. And that garden space was assessed again against the spring equinox, which is the standard. And it passed the test. And as the summer months come on, then obviously there'll be less impact, and again it will pass the summer equinox. So daylight and sunlight has been tested in terms of access to daylight distribution, and amenity space, and overall the scheme complies with those guidelines.
Thank you for the comprehensive answer.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I vote for approval, please?
Excellent. Can I have the seconder for that, Councillor Atwal? Yeah. Okay, it's been proposed and second. Need a vote for proposal? For the proposal, yeah. It's unanimous, yeah. Okay. There's no abstention. It's unanimous. Approved. Thank you. Okay, item 6, 100 Jersey Road, Isleworth. And who's taken this one?
That's me.
Okay, Matthew, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair. No speakers in this one. I am going to be slightly presumptuous about what the issues are. Sorry. So if you do have any of the issues that I've not gone through, but please do draw me back on that on questions. So this is the Brentford Football Club training ground site. We call it 100 Jersey Road. Effectively, it's this plot of land with Sutton Park to the northeast of the site, and that's the Great West Road to the south. So we're in the Osterley and Spring Grove Road. Currently, there is an ad hoc mixture of structures on the site which serve the purpose of being Brentford Football Club's training ground. There's quite a long planning history on this one, and you'll see from some are lawful, some are unlawful. Effectively, they've been playing catch up and getting permission for suitable facilities for their situation as a Premier League club. This is a site plan of the existing arrangements, so you can see that the large plot of land there. The football pitch is just the northeast and the eclectic mix array of buildings, and then some photos of the site itself and the training pitches there. Moving on to the proposal, so you can see what they've done is they've removed the bulk of the cabin structures that serve as the training ground. They've relocated it to have the training centre to the northeast of the site. They've added an extra football pitch, which is for the academy purposes. And there's another view of what it would look like. And some floor plans. Again, I won't go through in these details. We've listed in the report the purposes of the what facilities are contained within this. and I'll leave it on the elevations. So the reason this is in front of you tonight is because it is a departure from our development plan. In this case, what that means is this is metropolitan open lands, and they are proposing to build on that metropolitan open land, which our local plan broadly suggests is unsuitable. The playing pitch facilities are compatible to this land. It's the scale of the structures they're proposing on here that's the issue. We have tested this before within previous planning applications. We have improved temporary structures on this site before and more permanent structures on this site as well. So I'm going to suggest that the precedent has been set in this case, but notwithstanding that, very special circumstances for this have been presented to us in the form of the Premier League Football Club needing these facilities and the lack of accessibility to alternative sites. The other key issue I'm going to suggest is the level of car parking provision. So at the moment, they've got 70 car parking spaces in the existing site. They're proposing to retain those parking spaces as an overflow facility, and then they propose to add a further 110 car parking spaces to the eastern end of the site, which hopefully you can see on that plan there. So this scheme is referable to the GLA, the Greater London Authority, which means that they have to go through a stage 1 and a stage 2 process. The stage 1 process is where we consult the GLA as part of the consultation period for the application. I'm sorry for this, it wasn't publicised in the original report, it was added to the addendum. There are some time constraints which aren't relevant to your decision making today, but they're hoping to get the training facility built during the World Cup. So we've had some time constraints concerning that, but we do have information put together to inform a decision. The GLA will broadly supportive, but they also focused on this issue of the level of parking. So essentially, they had a meeting today and they've come to the conclusion that they are agreeable to the level of parking and a case has been put forward for the need for it. It's very broadly to do with the amount of parking that's required by the Premier League for training facilities. My understanding is to do with the needs to host press conferences alongside all of the activities to be undertaken on the site. So they've made this case to the GLA and ourselves, and we have broadly accepted it with the conditions that are listed within the addendum, and 2 additional ones, which I'm giving a verbal addendum on now, if that's okay. So pursuant to today, what happened was, sorry for the first one here, but in the event of Brentford being relegated from the Premier League, they are requiring a condition that states that they have to remove the 70 overflow spaces, so they're restricted to the new parking area. And the second one was for a car park management plan. So this car park management plan would establish where and when each parking area will be used, expecting parking levels, and ultimately you would try to manage the level of parking and the use of the parking areas as part of this car park management plan. There's also a travel plan attached to the scheme. So just to finish off on, this is a temporary permission. This is an application for a permission for 5 years. So there are some concessions within the report as a result of the temporary nature of the scheme, but not significant ones. We acknowledge the fact that 5 years is quite a long time. So not many concessions as part of that. If it's okay, I'll leave it at that, leave it open to questions.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I'm going to ask one question myself before we start, sorry. 100 extra car parks. Have we got a traffic scheme there? Because it's going to be affecting Jersey Road. It's a small road, it's not that wide road. How's it going to affect the traffic there? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the included an assessment of vehicular movements, and we consider that the assessment is adequate, and although there will be a small increase in movements, I think it's maybe something like 12 in the morning peak and 5 in the PM peak, that wouldn't itself have a significant impact on traffic flow on Jersey Road. The movements are more, because of the nature of the use, the movements are more spread out throughout the day and not at peak times. So we consider that acceptable.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Boring first, yeah?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Section 7.55 talks about pedestrians approaching the new training centre from the east. And I note that in the transport plan, which I found quite difficult to find, and thank you, Matthew, for your help finding it, they mention in terms of public transport accessibility, they keep mentioning the site is only 600 metres from Osterley Station, which it is. But of course, that's the eastern corner of the site. That's not the entrance. You could travel 600 meters to the site. It's then, as far as I can tell from my fag packet calculations, about another 400 meters to the entrance. You then have to turn back the way you've come and travel, depending on where you're going, another 500 meters. So whilst the site is 600 meters from Mossley Station, it's, as far as I can tell, about 1,500 meters. So what would be a 6-minute walk is more like a 15-minute walk. It says here in 755 that you asked for a pedestrian access, and I think a pedestrian access at the top of Penwerris Avenue, right by where the new building is going to be, would mean that's going to help encourage public transport. And given they're kind of riding roughshod over kind of what we expect from car parking, I think that is the very least we could offer. Also, they've said that if further in issue 7.57, they said further cycle parking will be provided if demand requires. I think that's backwards. I think that's not the way you do it. You put in the cycle parking so it can be used. So I do not understand why they're getting away with not putting in the accepted amount of car parking. And yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Okay. You come to that?
Oh, there was actually that was more of a view than a question, but you just want a general response to those points. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I think partially Matthew's already mentioned the fact that it's a temporary permission. So getting that in for permanent, what would essentially be permanent infrastructure with a temporary permission is one of those areas that planning officers have to weigh up. Obviously, from my perspective, from a transport perspective, a pedestrian entrance, as you rightly say, would be a significant benefit. Yeah, as I say, it's one of those planning matters that is weighed up in terms of the temporary nature of the use. But I don't know whether.
Sorry, that was clearly a question for me then, Councillor. So yeah, that is a planning balance situation. So they have not volunteered that pedestrian access to the site, and we concluded that was not the non-form grounds for refusing the application, essentially.
So I'll just come back on the cycle parking as well. So yeah, so again, it doesn't meet the cycle parking requirements of London Plan. They're providing 30 long stay and I think 10 short stay parking spaces. There is a condition requiring details to be submitted of those cycle parking spaces to make sure they are high quality and in the right place.
How many should there? Should be, what is it, 60?
60, I believe, yeah. Again, it's the nature of the use. It's not a standard use that we would assume people are going to work, going to an office, for example, where we would require that level of parking. The transport assessment, again, and looking at the mode share and how people get there at the moment, and what that level of percentage of people using bikes to get to a football club training facility. The view that ourselves and TfL have taken is that on this occasion, the lower level is acceptable. It's, again, not ideal. We would normally want to see that minimum level of parking spaces, but because of the nature of the use and the predicted level of, it's a very low level of cycle use in particular that's predicted, we believe that this is an acceptable level to start with at the development. And as Betty said, there is a travel plan. Mode share will be monitored throughout the 5 years of the permission, and we would expect that if there's a higher level of cycle use, then that cycle parking would be increased.
Okay. Councillor Parizato.
Thank you. Just want to start with a comment on why I think it's important for us to push back on the amount of parking spaces. 7.63 says the reason why there's such a high share of car parking spaces is because they're relatively well paid on short-term contracts and therefore apparently can't use public transport like the rest of us. We've just been talking about how in every other development we are actively taking parking spaces away from local residents, and I fully agree with that, but it seems unreasonable for relatively well-paid people to have this privilege over us lesser people. So on that note, if the travel plan says that the average peak demand would be 132 spaces, parking spaces, so that's still under 180, as well as if they are moved down from the league, don't know the right term, they would have to go back to a lower use of shared space, but that's still cemented area that can't really go back to green space.
Yeah, so the 70 spaces is the existing car park, so they're not new parking spaces that have been created, so that's already hard surfaced. And I think this is an issue that TfL as well, and obviously Matthew said it's got to be referable to the GLA. TfL have had concerns about the level of parking, as have we, but we believe that through management and control of the car park, through car park management plan, that is the best way that we believe that the parking can be managed. So, and obviously there's the condition there that if the club are relegated from the Premier League, then those spaces, the overflow spaces, are taken out of use. It doesn't say how those were taken out of use, so I don't know. That could be covered in the car park management plan potentially. But the nature of those overflow spaces, it's as I say, as Matthew said, there's a Premier League requirement for things like press conferences and so it's not just the car parking, but I believe it's the nature. There are larger vehicles, so Sky and the TV companies use larger vehicles, so they have to be accommodated in that area as well.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Stout up.
Yeah, I've got a couple of reservations about this because it's a 5-year temporary application to the 1st of July 2027. But then that begs the question, then what for Brentford? One gets a feeling this could end up as a sort of creeping planning permission, because what happens in 27? Do they then claim, having made substantial financial investment in the site by rebuilding, that they should be allowed to extend it? Is this going to be a drop dead at 27? They go somewhere else? Or are we going to be left with a rolling on? Because if you've only got to look at the map of the area and you think, well, where are they going to go that's close by? There isn't anywhere. The second point which flows from that, as we've just heard on some of the parking and the bicycle things, because it's temporary, they're getting a buy on some of the other stuff. So not enough, a bit too much parking, not enough bicycle parking. And I also noticed there's no electrical parking points at all on the side. And I believe that you'd need up to 20%. So they've got a buy on that as well. So it seems to me they're getting the best of both worlds here. They're getting, don't worry because it's temporary, but we don't know what's going to come after this.
Yeah, the temporary permissions aren't necessarily unusual. My response would be, yes, some of us may be sat here in 5 years' time to discuss the merits of renewing that scheme. That's fair to say, but the application in front of you is for 5 years. So you're making a decision on the presumption that it will end in 5 years' time. Were the applicant able to speak, I'm sure they would say to you as well that they do have plans in place looking to find a more permanent solution. Doesn't really suit them to have a temporary facility at the same time. But yeah, the key is that today we considered 5 years, and yeah, if 5 years down the line it's still not found as a permanent solution, then yes, we come back to that particular issue.
No, and the other point is why they're not having then to comply with the right number of cycling, EV charging points for cars, etc. Why do they get a buy on that?
Again, it is a temporary. It's quite a unique facility, and the temporary nature of the facility. That's the reason for doing so. Again, if you were to sit down here in 5 years' time to consider another 5 years, then it'd be well within your rights to say, well, hang on, now this is a more permanent facility, so you really need to increase that provision. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, if I can.
Chair, just
Sorry, Chair, I was just going to comment on the EV charging. There is a condition 13, requiring EV charging points to be provided.
Just to say on the discussions we've had now, when we come to the debate, I would like to put some conditions forward. But on a question to officers before we get to that point is, it talks about 726, no use of the temporary facilities for community elements, but apparently the pavilion can be used for community use. Has the club given any indication what community use? Because apparently we're saying it's another element of the very special circumstances, and I'm just curious as to whether it will actually happen.
I mean, there are representatives from the club available to speak on this particular issue. If you were to permit it, Councillor, that they may be able to speak to that. Sorry to put someone on the spot here. If not, then there's a condition. So I can't open my laptop to double check, but I believe there's a condition for the community use agreement embedded in one of the condition numbers.
So what does the condition say?
Sorry, do you want me to read it out? Yeah, so condition 4, community use. So it's prior to first occupation of hereby approved trading centre, the applicant shall prepare and submit to the council for approval a programme of community use for the site. The applicant shall implement and comply with the provisions of the agreed programme of community use for the lifetime of the development.
Chair, the plot thickens in the report also. It says because it's a temporary nature, they also get a buy-in in terms of not being liable for sale. So at what stage do they become liable, or can we backdate it if they go permanent?
I believe it is still liable. Sorry, so yeah, if it's in a report, then I happily. Well, we would clarify that through the SIL process, so they would be able to. If we were to assume it's still liable now, they would then make the claim for an exemption further down the line, and that will go to our SIL officers for consideration. But my understanding at this point is that it is still liable. So apologies if we've been misleading with that report. So I mean, it's the law. So this is planning law anyway. So that's not something that we have discretion over. So that I'm sure if a SIL officer were available, sorry, they'd be able to clarify that particular point. But as I say, they would apply for an exemption on the basis of the temporary facility further down the line.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Couple of things, yeah, a few things on this. We've whilst we're going to have a car park management plan and the 70 spaces, in addition to the new 110 spaces that will be brought into use on special circumstances. We want that at least ward councillors or anybody else would like to see what that what the car park management plan is before officers decide on the colour of brickwork. So there is that, and I'd like that noted, please, Wendy. The other thing is the operation hours. We don't have anything on in terms of operation hours here, and it could turn out to be a 7-day week in some cases. How are we going to ameliorate that for residents along Jersey Road and roads off? The other condition is that there should be there should be a condition, and I know they previously accepted this because on their previous proposal for a bigger training complex, they were planning to bring office staff down as well and ticket and back office staff down. I know that that's been we've been assured that that's not the case, but I'd like that conditioned. And want some strict working hours on this as well. Every so often when Brentford Football Club resurface or returf or improve their training ground off season, like we've seen recently, you get people turning up with supplies and materials at 5:30, 6 in the morning, and disturbing neighbours. We want some good dust suppression
conditions in there, and we want some covers on any materials left for works. Yeah, because the wind blows, and residents have raised this both with myself, other ward councillors, and the club. And the club have been good at this and addressing this, but we want some conditions on that. I mean, the in terms of building, they're talking about prefabricated buildings being brought in. But again, those, they're going to come over from different parts of the country. They've got to be delivered no earlier than 8 o'clock in the morning, because again, that will disturb our residents. And I do compliment my colleagues across the room here for being kind enough and generous enough to go and look at this place. I'm not being patronizing, but this is just because it is a football club, a good football club. There's an even better football club training at Heston now at the moment, but just because it is, there is a bit of glamour there. We have been, those of you who've sat around here for a number of years, you remember how much concession we have given Brentford Football Club in terms of planning over that period of time. And fair enough, it's worked out and it's been done properly. But we want this done properly as well. Sorry, we're going into a debate, but you've got a list of my proposals for conditions. And with regard to the EV, 5 EV, electrical vehicle parking points, charging points. No, we need more there. It's perhaps Councillor Stroud-Turp is tolerant and allowing this, but I think even he would say we should have more there. I'm sure they've got electric Maseratis by now, so let's get a little bit more of that in there. Rob, is five the minimum or the maximum that you can allow? I'm sure you can allow a lot more than that. Now let Brentford do a Forest Green Rovers here.
Okay, Rob, to you. You want to come on that last point?
So yeah, I mean so if I just go back to the wording of the planning condition.
But EV points, I think.
Yeah.
It's in there somewhere. But
Yeah.
just because it is temporary, in 5 years, it's quite a long period of time in temporary. Usually, it's only 2 or 3 years. So, but this is 5 years, and Brentford Brentford are a well-managed club. They're not going to go down very soon. Well, we never know, but it's football.
Yep. Sorry. Just the wording of the condition does require the details of the number, location, and manufacturer and specifications of the charging points. So we can assess it. It doesn't say, but that would be for officers to assess.
That's 25 then.
Can someone clarify the difference in? Can someone clarify the difference in an active and a passive EV charging point?
Yep,
Sorry, try again.
Sorry.
Underground wiring that needs to be there for the actual electric.
Okay, so you couldn't charge an electric car on it.
Yeah. So essentially, there would be 10 charging points on occupation.
10 charging points and
then
a place where you could build 15
more.
more.
The infrastructure would be in place, so the ducting and cabling would be there, ready for the extra 15 to be installed.
Councillor Luki here for the EV points.
I would say. I mean, we have more expertise on that side of the room. But I would say that if you're going to put 10 in, you might as well put 25 in. You know, if you're going to plumb for 15, why not put them all in? And that will encourage people to come, you know, buy, you know, when they got a little bit of spare cash, their bonus for staying up. They could buy a new motor. I don't know what Councillor Parisotto would say.
No, my only comment was that not that I don't believe you, but this is not as it is on the condition. The condition is just stating that these conversations are being held.
Yeah, we want some tea. We want some tea.
So, Chair, I mean, if we're moving into the debate stage, which I think we sort of have. Yeah, exactly. So
we're having a debate about whether or not we're having a debate.
No, well, let me. Well, firstly, I'll declare an interest. Obviously, I'm a lifelong Brentford fan, and I've been a season ticket holder for a large chunk of my life. Sorry, Tony, I had to get it in there. But you know, and I think, you know, we're being asked to accept that this is a special case because the club is special. Now, I accept that in planning terms of clubbing special, and I always think they're special in other ways, but I don't think that I think they might be overestimating the extent of how special they are in relation to the planning authority, is my take on this at the moment. The reading of it is every time we ask them for something in terms of sustainability, they say can't be done for X, Y, or Z reason, and just that's the end of it. I read the transport statement. It basically says we're not really creating that much traffic. It's not bringing the road network down. So, you know, it's not a problem. Nothing to see here. So having read the report and the rest of it, I'd like to propose 3 conditions to go with an approval. We're not asking for the pedestrian access. We're saying put the pedestrian access in. We're not saying increase cycle park. We are saying increase cycle parking. Do the 60. How hard is it? You know, we all know that you encourage cycling, you make cycling happen by providing the infrastructure. If it's safe and the facilities are there, people will use it. But the other thing is that ask them to do those 2 things alone isn't going to work without a sustainable travel plan. And I think we need a sustainable travel plan. GSK have done it. Sky have done it. Other big businesses in the area have done it. Simply saying, you know, there's a lot of wealthy people who travel a long way to work here isn't an excuse for anybody else in the borough. It isn't an excuse for any resident. And Sky and GSK and others in the past have done sustainable travel plans. You can shuttle bus people. You can encourage carpooling. You can do EVs. You can do a whole bunch of things. But just doing a transport statement that says we don't really want to do anything and we can't. Let's have a travel plan with some deliverables against the timescale, and let's commission the club to do one.
Yeah, you want to comment that one?
Yeah, can I just add to this? Yeah, officers will tell us this is a 5-year temporary planning application. Just because it is a 5-year temporary planning application doesn't mean to say we can't have conditions. We can't add these things that people have come up with. Yeah, that's I'm sure we can't. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that doesn't negate us putting these conditions in.
Matthew?
Yeah, so essentially, we are starting to list conditions which at some point you will have to move on. Some of them are already within existing conditions, such as there is a travel plan in there, the information of a travel plan.
Does that require what I've asked for then?
Before development hereby permitted is first occupied or brought into use, the travel plan hereby permitted shall be. Yeah, it's not. That's not. That's essentially saying that the existing travel plan. So yeah, so that's fine. So we're starting to list conditions. So we need to list yours as well. Sorry, Councillor Lukin, and anyone else's, and then make a motion on them for everyone to vote on. My request on behalf of the applicants is that I feel like a lot of these can be pre-occupation planning conditions. If they're pre-commencement of works,
acceptable to me.
If that's okay, then we'll put them as pre-occupation conditions. And
I don't know what that means.
Sorry. Okay. So there has to be a threshold in time for a planning condition for it to kick in. So sometimes you would say before you start doing any works, you need to tell us what you're going to do. So give us details as pedestrian access. Sometimes we say preoccupation, and we are actually meant to help them facilitate the works by setting a later threshold. So they'd occupy it basically after they've done work. So we would be doing it, have all the details sorted before they actually get into the site, and everyone's training there, not before they start the works on the site.
This is basically a mechanism so they can start building sooner.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to do.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Thank you for that. Councillor Atwal and then Councillor Hassan.
Yes, okay.
Okay, Councillor Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make a recommendation from following on from what Councillor Williams said. Not only do I think it's going to be a good idea to have the travel plan in place, but I think it would be sensible to have a regular review of it as well, and to make that review available to the local ward councillors so they can scrutinise it to their discretion.
Yep, so travel plans are typically reviewed after 1, 3 and 5 years anyway. That's a GLA.
We'll have those
guideline.
timescales for
Are,
this
are
one
they
as well.
available to the ward councillors to access as well?
You would think so, Councillor Asim. We have to fight for them, as Rob knows, and fight for these meetings. And yeah, Nishcam School is a very good example where they told us there won't be any negative impact on traffic and transport, and then we're surrounded with red routes now. So yeah, the more scrutiny of these things, the better. To be honest, I do trust Brentford Football Club. We have a good working relationship in the ward with Brentford Football Club regarding 100 Jersey Road. I trust them on that one. I don't trust them on affordable housing at the community stadium site.
Okay, thank you. Matthew, you want to come back on that one? Conditions?
I don't think there's a question about. I mean, we're on to view, so I shouldn't really be inputting at this point anyway. If that's okay, Councillor. But
yeah, go on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Can you propose with the motion that
subject to those conditions being added to the application, I'd like to recommend approval with the conditions.
That includes my conditions as well, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, for the motion, yeah, and it's been called for approval, yeah? For,
Sorry.
with condition,
Do you want to clarify the
with the
conditions?
yeah.
Can we
Sorry,
agree on
do
the
you want to
conditions?
clarify the conditions before you agree?
I have pedestrian access, I have 60 cycle parking spaces, I have sustainable travel plan. If it's okay to delegate to us to actually come up with the actual wording at a later date. I have construction logistics plan, and I have timing of work. Sorry, I've put that really broad. You said no construction working hours. Have I missed? And delivery hours. Have I missed anything? Sorry, there, Councillor.
And the travel plan as well for the review of every time we are TFL.
Yeah, the travel plans in there.
I think we had the EV charging points as well.
I think so. 25 from that. It could be more, then it's more good, isn't it? Yeah. It will be 25 minimum.
Yeah, 25.
Hey, can you please come through me if you want to choose?
So I've now got 6. So pedestrian access, 6 cycling paces, sustainable travel plan, construction hours, electric vehicle charging points, and
Just can I clarify on the EV charging? That's 25 included in the 180, not in addition to.
Yes, yeah.
And that's 20. Sorry, Chair. Is that 25 active EV charging points, not 10 EV active and 15 passive?
And then delivery plan. So those are the ones I've got written down now. So that's 6.
We covered everything anyway. So
Chair, just on the pedestrian access, it can't just go anywhere. It's got to go somewhere that is as close,
Tony, there was a specific recommendation there was a specific point. It's been proposed.
Penwellis Avenue, southeast corner.
Yeah, southeast corner near 174 Jersey Road. That end. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, so you're approving this subject to the extra conditions and the section 106, because the recommendation has changed. It's set out in the addendum. Yeah, set out in the addendum.
Right, so motion is there. It's been approved, done for approval. So 4, voting for. I think unanimous again. Yeah. Thank you, members. Thank you for your contribution. Okay, last item, I think. Okay, item 7, West Crossway and Windsor Close, Brentford. And who's taking it? Right? Yeah. No repetition on this, please, quickly. Right, it's on pages 117 to 168, yeah?
Good evening again, councillors. Just whilst Matthew is getting the presentation up on the screen, there is an addendum attached to the report as well, mainly amending the conditions, referencing the specific phases rather than grouping them together. So this application seeks permission for the refurbishment of 1 West Cross Way to provide 3,156 meters of sui generis floor space to be occupied as Renault's HQ, and the demolition of 2 to 5 West Cross Way and 1 to 6 Windsor Close to facilitate the erection of 13,677 square meters of flexible EG3 B2 B8 floor space. The proposal would be delivered across 2 phases, with phase 1 being the refurbishment of 1 West Cross Way and phase 2 for the development of 2 to 6 West Cross Way and Windsor Close. The site is located within the West Cross Industrial Estate on the northern side of Great West Road in Brentford. The site is located within a strategic industrial location and within the designated Great West Corridor Opportunity Area as per the London Plan allocations. On the screen now is an aerial image of the subject site, and moving forward are some further site photographs. Here is the W1 unit, 1 West Cross Way, that will be refurbished to facilitate Renault's HQ. And further images show West Cross House, which will be demolished, and 1 to 6 Windsor Close, which is just to the east of West Cross House in the next image. The principle of the development is considered acceptable as it would provide an appropriate level of industrial intensification for the West Cross campus, delivering 14% of the site allocation within the draft local plan and delivering 6% of the borough's industrial floor space need. Across the 2 phases of development, 315 on-site jobs will be provided, with a further 142 predicted to be provided through the supply chain in the operation phase per annum. The proposal would avoid harm to neighbouring properties and is considered to be of high quality design, which represents a modern response to the historical context of the site and the surrounding area, with historical cues taken from the old Firestone building and the listed steps and railings that form the site's boundary. The listed steps and railings would also be rejuvenated by this proposal by being reintroduced as the main point of access into phase 2. The application would also include improvements to the landscaping that forms a site boundary with the Great West Road. An additional 37 trees would be planted on the site frontage, bringing the total in this area to 47, in addition to various species of wildflowers and a green wall along the existing site boundary. The landscape improvements at street level align with the aspirations of the Great West Corridor Master Plan and our urban greening agenda, and would also act as a screening for the service yard to ensure vehicular movements are concealed from the street scene. Level access would be provided adjacent to the steps you can see in the image on the bottom right hand side. It's a bit difficult to see, but the illuminated area would be undercroft access that leads to the basement lobby under the service yard. Phase 1 of the proposal would achieve on-site carbon reduction of 50%, with phase 2 achieving a 70% reduction. And this would result in a carbon offset payment of £207,660 across both phases. And both phases would also achieve BREEAM Excellent ratings. The main issue with this proposal is the proposed level of car parking. The proposal is broadly acceptable in terms of vehicle and pedestrian access, trip generation, cycle parking, and healthy streets. However, an over provision of car parking for an opportunity area is proposed. 52 parking spaces are proposed for phase 1, comprised of 11 courtesy vehicle spaces, 21 customer and staff parking spaces and 20 rear yard spaces, although 31 of the 52 spaces are considered to be for operational purposes. For phase 2, 85 spaces are proposed in the basement car park. Whilst this would be in excess of the policy requirement, the applicant has argued that due to the opportunity area being in its infancy and the relatively low PTAL level of 2 compared to other opportunity areas, that these standards should not be as rigorously applied. As such, whilst the car parking provision is in excess of this policy on plan and balance, the benefits of this proposal are not outweighed by this over provision. Notwithstanding this assessment, should the application be recommended for approval this evening, a phased parking release clause will be included to the S106 agreement. The clause will ensure that once future development on the wider estate is brought forward, parking for the future development will be restricted to compensate the over provision against policy within this industrial unit based on its floor space and public transport accessibility levels at that time. This should ensure that as the opportunity area develops and PTAL increases through the development of the Golden Mile station and other transport improvements, the parking levels on the wider estate would not be increased and would be contained within this proposal. The application is therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions and obligations.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Barizotto, go on.
You said that after the PTAL is improved, the parking spaces will be restricted. By how much?
So it'd be a matter of where the future development comes forward. We're currently engaging in discussions over the X106 agreement, where future developments do come forward based on the floor space requirements. Those developments in the future would have a limited provision of car parking just to offset the overall provision in this case. The exact wording of the S106 is not agreed as of yet, but this is the intent of this clause.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm being a thing. I didn't understand that at all.
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah, so if I can try to explain. So these are obviously phase development of the overall site. So we're looking at phase 1 and phase 2 tonight, and although there's an over provision of parking for these phases, as the rest of the overall site comes forward for development, there will be a mechanism to restrict the amount of parking on the rest of the phasing of the site. So that overall, when you look at the site overall, ideally you would do it through a master plan, which looks at the level of parking for the site as a whole, and then restrict per phasing. So although there's no over provision on these phases, future phases would be the restricted parking. So there would be fewer parking spaces going forward, if that makes sense.
And so the end result would be policy compliant.
So overall, what we want is for the overall site to be policy compliant.
So more now for less later.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could add to that, when we reference the wider site, we're referencing the whole of the West Cross campus estate, rather than the red line boundary that's shown here. So this is an extract from location plan. The blue area is also within the ownership of the applicant, and when those phases come forward, the S106 will ensure that the parking is restricted.
Okay, you got another question? Go on.
I know I kind of asked this earlier, but can you visibly explain to me where the cycle parking will be and where the wheelchair accessibility will be?
Yep, so here we can see this is the ground floor level. So on this image here is where the basement parking level is. So if you can make out the listed steps shown on the image, directly to the right hand side there's a sort of tunnel illustrated which leads directly into the basement lobby, to the lifts and cycle storage area. So they would walk underneath the service yard into the lobby area where the cycle storage is, and then they would have lift facilities to access the rest of the building.
Right, any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Stout.
Yeah, when you look at particularly at the addendum, I mean, it is a little bit vague in terms of cycle parking, and once again, going back to our EV points, that they're all going to be agreed in the future to a standard that's not necessarily specified. and notwithstanding as well in the main document, it does acknowledge that the public transport level is at best 2, which is poor. So you then start to wonder how people are actually going to get to work there if we then restrict. Because I know the site quite well, and trying to get to it without driving, unless you're a keen cyclist, is challenging to say the best. And I know there's plans for another railway station somewhere in the area, but that's a long way down the pike. So how's this going to work overall if we don't have enough public transport, we don't get enough cycling spaces, and we don't know how many electrical charging points, and the parking is going to be restricted? Is the owner going to find they've virtually got a not terribly viable site?
So to address the first point in regard to EV charging points and cycle spaces, the amount of EV charging points is policy compliant, as well as the cycle spaces in terms of the actual numbers themselves for what would expected to be provided. Then with regards to the rest of the development, if the PTAL wasn't to increase and future applications were submitted, we would have to assess based on whatever the situation was at that time. So at that time, we have a relatively low PTAL, but we still have to assess against the opportunity area policy. And we have allowed the or recommended allowing the over provision in this case. But if a future application was to come forward, the PTAL hadn't increased, then we'd have to assess that based on the situation at that time. So it would be reviewed. The clause will be worded so that it would be based on the PTAL of the area and then the amount of floor space that is proposed within a future application.
Okay, thank you. Open for debate. Oh, you want a question first? Yeah.
I mean, it could be question, could be debate. It's just we've been yeah, I've had a couple of meetings with the developers and planners on this. And they were good enough to place a Christmas tree last December, and everybody enjoyed that event there when it was lit up. But with regards to the planting scheme, like some evergreen there, like some Christmas tree type Christmas trees there, planted there, staying there to be lit up around Christmas time, which is an old tradition of the Great West Road. And Legal and General were kind enough to provide one, which I took away later on, but to provide one this last Christmas. We'd like a few more there for in perpetuity, if you like, or until they die, that we can light up again. We're not putting anything specific about Santa and his sleigh, but it's something that a lot of people in Brentford and Isleworth have been keen on. And may I say,
agree with you. Yeah,
sorry, yeah, and Hounslow and Heston as well.
No.
But you know, it will make good. It will make good the destruction of Margaret Thatcher's henchmen on that August bank holiday in 1980, where they knocked the place down. And I think he ended up with a peerage, didn't he, old Lord Fingers of Fleet Street? So so that's by the by. I don't expect our officers to be political, well, not overtly anyway, but we want proper conifers there on this site, and it will lend itself to it within those 50 trees there.
And a statue of Margaret Thatcher to go with it?
Upside down statue, yeah.
Anyway, I remember that, Tony. I know you and I will. I think John might do as well. The whole of that area used to be on Christmas time. Used to be lights everywhere, right up to the roundabout. You know. No, Christian. I'm talking about the past. There was like that.
Exactly, and just to say, the work's going on at the Gillette Tower at the moment. That is to fix the clock and to re-neon the clock hands and dial.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have got quite a detailed landscape plan as it stands, and we've been in a lot of discussions to try and ensure that this area is maximised in terms of its urban greening. There is a mixture of Scots pines proposed, so evergreen trees, as well as other field maples and sweet cherries, so a combination of various species. And then there's also vegetation, wildflowers proposed as well, which have been selected based on when they are seasonal. So the whole year there should be visual interest within that area. And I'm not sure what power we would have to add any Christmas lights to the trees.
Well, the Christmas lights are not a council thing particularly, but there will be something no doubt the occupants will buy into. But it's having trees that are appropriate for lighting, and if you can share that, if you can share that. That plan with the ward councillors in the same way as you've shared it before, and we've I think we're worth another discussion on this, Mr. Turley there. So let's do that, please. Yeah, this won't go cold or go quiet after this planning application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's Tony being very positive about an application, and on that basis, I'd like to say, one, it's great that we've got this scheme proposing jobs. I really like the nod in the architecture to the Firestone building and the history, and it's been a long meeting. I'd like to recommend approval.
We have a proposal and seconder, and for the motion, yeah. Oh, again, unanimous, yeah, excellent. Thank you, and it's approved. And the last thing is, hang on a minute, the next meeting is going to be on 14th of July, right? And with that, we close the meeting. Thank you very much for attending. Good night.
Can I just add, sorry, everyone, 14th of July, there's going to be the application in front of you. It's going to be a single application for consideration. It's going to be on Hanworth Park Road, the SEN school next to the Gurdwara. So it's going to be quite a controversial application that you'll be having to review. So in terms of what we're talking about site visits, this is probably a good time to start the site visit situation. So we'll send out an invitation, hopefully at some point next week, for everyone to attend a site visit with officers, if that's okay.
Chair, will this place be big enough for that meeting?
Matthew,
What else we
is
can
it
do? We can
Hanworth
open
Road? Is
this.
it a Gurdwara one?
Yeah. Matthew, can we open this up and make it bigger like we do in the function?
But would that still be?
So what do you propose?
Well, I don't know. Somewhere else, another location, perhaps.
Chiswick House grounds.
Yeah, big tent. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, you need to think about that, officers.